I realize I still haven't changed the follow counter on this overlay. I might at some point. I don't know. I don't know. We're still testing the vertical stream on YouTube. I don't know if it works well or not well, other than nothing is centered. So, well, you can't see things if you're on the vertical stream on YouTube, which is kind of sad, unless I am like showcasing an app, in which case you just see me, which is kind of sad, but it's fine. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. We'll call it in. I hope you're good. I hope your Tuesday was good. We have some teeny tiny news, which is good. And yeah, some stuff are getting better. Some stuff are not getting better, which is fine as well. I don't really care. We'll see if it happens. Overall, the ban is the most important thing at this instant. Is this button working? Yes, it is. So we have new cards, new stuff coming in. That is the most news, I guess. And then we have some new things on Perfume and some potentially new things soon on Can. So I'm making progress. It's always really good. For some reason, and I don't understand why reason, but for some reason it's extremely sunny outside, and therefore it's extremely hot in my room, even though I have a top layer. I don't know why I have a top layer, but I have a top layer. So, that is where we are. We don't have a lot of other news than that. I'm kind of working on something related to the themes. I talked about that on Twitter and on Threads. So basically having some better overall theming for ban, which is the last link I have in chat. And that's pretty good. I guess we can go straight into it because it makes a lot more sense to go through that directly. So right now we have the default theme, which is not looking like bento. Low suit avoided. That's the main point. That's the main goal. We have the minimal version, which is looking like bento, but not so much, but still kinda, which is low suit prone. So we'll see when that can happen to be shifted to something else. Yeah, and we'll go in. And so that's good news. We have 4 things: the Twitch card and Discord cards are now working. So Twitch is giving you the follow account. Technically speaking, it is supposed to give me exactly when I'm live or not live. I think this is working for the true version of this. So in production, I think, I'm not sure, we'll see. But I think my Twitch card is currently telling you that I am live, even though the live button is in purple instead of being red, and the live indicator is in the corner and cropped. But it's working. It's supposed to work as well for YouTube, but it doesn't, so it doesn't really matter. And then the thing from today is mostly, oh well, now it's working. God damn it! It's mostly having like a better theming experience. So we have, as I said, the colorful, which is the default version of the cards, and as far as 5 minutes ago, exactly 5 minutes ago, we now have a brutalist theme, which is so much better in light mode than it is in dark mode. So right there, it looks cool. That's it. That's all it is. It has that really common brutalist hover effect for all of the cards, and I feel like this is probably going to be some of the design choices that a lot of designers are gonna pick. The thing that I want to tweak, and that will come with time, is, for example, the Twitter card is getting the Twitter blue. I kind of want the borders and the shadow to take uh, a 950 or 900 for the tailwind colors instead of being pure black. It's not pure black, but like this black thingy. So I might do that. Same thing for the others. If it's like a brand card, maybe having like a bit of a that could be a pretty cool thing to release. Hi, we're going in. You can do Swiss theme with 1 pixel thin margin. Uh, 1 pixel thin margin, you mean between the cards? Yeah, no corner radius and just 1 pixel in between the cards. Yeah. Yes. So yes. Goddamn. It's in the it's in the options. I was about to say I don't want to disclose too much, but I kind of want to disclose too much. So in the end goal, depending on how heavy that code is going to be, and I don't know yet, um, I want to let you control the space in between the cards and the corner radius of each of the cards. So you could manually define everything is like fully square with like 1.1 pixel in between cards or 0 pixel in between cards. Um, like that's in my head. The only issue that I have with that is depending on what you select. Shit like this one, for example, if we had 0 pixel spacing, the title difference would be too close to the cards themselves, so that would break. I would need to have some sort of a safeguard, fail-safe thing for titles that says if the spacing in between card is lower than that threshold, then there is a bit more padding at the bottom of the text. So that's feasible, but yeah. But yes, a fully sharp grid is in my potential addition of stuff. Yeah, 100%. 100%. But yeah, the sad thing here is I don't like the fact that it doesn't look as good in dark mode, and I don't really know what could I do in order to make it better in dark mode and still feel like that brutalist rendering. Right now it just feels like a flip, and it's not as good. Let's be honest, it's not as good. So maybe the brutalist dark mode needs to be still darker for the shadow and the border and the things, and the card itself needs to be a bit lighter. So maybe something like a lighter gray could help. But yeah, as a for now thing, you know, uh, yeah. I mean, it's a high contrast version, but not really a good one. So I don't know. Like this one kind of works, but it still needs special attributions and so on. So we'll see. I know that Stony is not here, but I want to thank Stony for yesterday, even though he doesn't know what happened. Uh, but if Stony wasn't live yesterday, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to check if the currently live card was working. So I was using Stony's stream all the afternoon to make sure that things were working. So that's pretty cool. And I still wasn't in his stream. It hasn't been a thing. Um, but yeah, no, it's pretty neat. I think in the view, it's cute. Not the best option, but it's neat. And as mentioned, or as just showcased a second ago, um, I made this new transition for the animation. So when the page is loading, you have that really cool personal reference animation, which is exactly what we have right about here. You probably have seen that before. Um, you know, it feels like a very me thing. These transitions for all of the characters, all of the things that I often do. That's yeah, I like that. It makes sense. It works well. We like how it looks. So now we have that here as well. And sometimes that happens and I don't get it. I don't know why sometimes the system just reverts me as a light mode theme. So we'll see. Nonetheless, I still need to remain in the colorful theme to not be bento thing. Uh no, I think this is mostly like a it's badly made. Let's say that. Full box, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for following last time, and thanks a lot for coming by. I appreciate it. I know you're streaming in like 1 hour. Kinda. So welcome on in. Good morning. I know it's early-ish for you, like 8 in the morning, I think. Um, I think. I don't know, but yeah. Performance in mobile is pretty okay. There is no real need for the animation itself. On here, we end up being pretty good. Obviously, right now I'm like going through the thing wrongly, but animation-wise, it's pretty fine, and there's nothing much to display. It's just like, yeah, here are your links and you're done. So pretty that's not the simulation. That's the thing. That is my phone. That's my phone right away. So that is not a simulator. This is the iPhone mirroring thing. So I'm just using my phone as if it was plugged in. I can move to this view and it's basically the same thing. But yeah, everything works. And on this one, which is a $200 Android phone as well, it is really okay. Not a lot to complain about. The animation itself is a bit slower because of the blur effect. Like, blur is really complicated to get on these things, so fix that. But yeah, other than that, it's fine. Everything else is good. The currently live is working. And I guess the only thing that I haven't done yet is check for theme uh, parity. But for now, there's nothing that is really iOS based first, if that makes any sense. So everything that is in there is basic mask and CSS for most of the things. I guess the only thing that is complicated for Android is the blur section, and it's just on load. Once you've loaded the page, uh, it's done. So yeah, I guess this might help. I forgot if I can do that. I might be able to do that. 1 second. I might be. Uh, might be able to do that. I would need to check if that's an option. Yeah, it's pretty fine. Like animation wise, there is a bit of a lag right here, but it's overall pretty fine. Um, and the performance is pretty okay. You can see that some of the things are reloaded slower than expected. So that's one thing. But overall, it works. And then if I'm just getting um, the landing page itself, everything is kind of there. So, you know, seems to be working. Seems to be working. Not necessarily the best option, but it's fine. Um, yeah, Safari in general is not necessarily the best platform to test things out. It's the same thing as testing on Firefox to me. So I haven't I haven't really tried on Firefox. I know that the things are weird. Stony, hi, welcome in. Thank you for yesterday. You don't know what you did, but thank you for yesterday. um, things are working. Things are doing what they're supposed to do. So far, we are pretty good. And I don't have... Shit, I forgot that's not how Safari work. Obviously, if I do double slash, that's not gonna work. Yeah, no, things are fine. Things are fine as well here on Safari, so I'm pretty happy with it overall. To give you a bit of a hint, this is thanks to you. Yesterday you were live and I was trying to fix this, and so now the Twitch card is displaying the badge when you're live. And because I wasn't live, I couldn't test on my own. But now that's the case. You might need on yours specifically, you might need to re-add the card itself. And yes, I know the top right corner is a bit shitty, but you know. But yeah, you now have this, which is, I guess, better. Overall, more data, better data on the previews for GitHubs, and then these two, because I think you have uploaded these logos manually. I'm not sure now. you might need to just like re-add your stuff in order to not reuse the cache, and I don't really know why that happens. I will figure it out at one point, but for now I haven't. If you have done https :// Denny, hi, what on it? You may want to do a regular twitch.tv/ for re-adding the card, just to make sure that it fetch as if it was a different URL, even though it's not. System is weird. So, yeah. It has a bit of a rotation, like everything else on this overlay thing. Everything is off the edge. But welcome in. Welcome back. So yeah, so that's good news, at least for me. It's neat, it's working, it's animated. We have the things as we want them to be, and right now the new theme is just a potential addition. I don't like it in dark mode, but I do like it in dark mode. I don't like it in dark mode, but I do like it in light mode. God damn brain. This is really cool. This is something that a lot of people would probably like to see, specifically designers. And yeah, I'll see what I can do for some of the rendering. I'm thinking about potentially having subtle rotations like I do on everything, random rotations based on reload page, whatever. It's just random, starting there, just a 2 degrees, 4 degrees thing could be interesting. But yeah, we'll see. Please ask question. You have a Q for A. That is not supposed to be here. And that is not supposed to do that. For fuck's sake. One day things will work, but that's not today. That is not today. Let's see. I see. So the minimal, I guess that's the issue. Minimal themes is getting the thumbnails, which is not supposed to happen, but it still happens. So I need to remove the thumbnails for these things, and then we can play with it. For now we can't. So yeah, we'll see. Well, you would need to use Inter Viable, which is the viable version of Inter. That's what the name implies. And with that, you should be good. There is not a lot of things that are necessary to change in Inter. It's a pretty good, like, I forgot if it's here or here. It's basically right there. So overall, it is very simple. Everything is pretty good. Everything works. I don't know if Inter is the right choice anymore. And I'm not about to say Geist is a better option. I think overall Inter is the same thing as Montserrat and Lato from now 10 years ago, where people are like, we've seen Inter so much, it's a good font, it works, it does the job, it presents everything how it needs to be presented. However, it also Geist and Inter are the same font. Like, there is no question about this to me. It's just, if I have I think we said that before, but Dora, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen you here. Um, Work in 5 minutes. God damn, congrats on that. Um, it does, but like, if I'm not, if I'm not giving you the G, do you see the difference? Like, there is a difference. Obviously, there are some very, very teeny tiny things that I obviously can see. Um, and, you know, I'm just going to do a 0.2 on this so that it makes sense. And I'm going to highlight stuff. So we have the bar of the T that is different. We have the E, like the slant right here. And I mean, technically the T on the tail is also a bit different, but that's about it. And then you have the last one is the R is a bit flatter compared to this one. That is the differences, and that's the only thing, right? But right now you don't know which one is Geist and which one is Enter. Like, you know. So, nonetheless, the overall thing right now for me is going with Enter might end you into the regular thing of, yeah, that's another designer portfolio. That's another, that's also cybersect high work on it. That's another, um, you know, uh, SaaS product. That's another exactly the same thing. Mizzy, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, Pretty good. A bit tired, but also there are reasons for that. But we're good. Overall, good. Also, you purpled the entire stream. I like that. That was neat. um, so I would say maybe find a font that is either different. Um, like also congrats on landing. That's impressive. That is impressive. I just saw that. Uh, but it's like, eh, I get it. It's the same reason why I was using Lato and Montserrat in the past. It's just like it's the easiest font. It works. And so on. You said earlier the Apple's font, the San Francisco fonts, you can't really use that on the web on your own. Like you don't really have the rights. You have access to them, but it's not really feasible. But then again, it would be the same thing. I would say if you create something with the Apple fonts, you are expected or you will be associated with the Apple fonts and the Apple products themselves, which is a good thing sometimes, not necessarily. It depends on you. But for your question, overall, creating some viabilities inside of the interfont itself, it's a matter of making sure that the line height is a bit better, making sure that the kerning, so the space between the letters, is a bit better in some situations. But I mean, it's eh, It's pretty simple overall to, I mean, specifically with your skills, it's pretty simple to make the font look better. Um, and then you can have like that flexibility. You can change the weight. You can change um, all of the things that we already have, and you should be good enough. It's just, to me, it's just a matter of ensuring that you have enough like space for the content you're trying to display. Like if I'm getting 1.5 or 1.75 is too much, and 1.5 is pretty good for readability speaking. So, just adding that helps. We don't really have kerning on these values, but yeah. Um, it so yes and no. I know this is the most designer answer you could ever ask for. Um, a well customized font, whichever it is going to stand out to another designer. However, a well-used font is a better output than a well customized font. So if you have the right understanding that your titles needs to use medium and your text needs to use regular and your subtext needs to use light or whatever you want them to be, and you have that hierarchy of information in all of your text lines, then you will stand out as someone that understands typography and how to present stuff. But also, god damn, that's a massive thing. Uh, that's a core thing from Post Malone. Uh, Congrats on using the images. Uh, that way I don't have to click on the link. I can see the thing. So yeah, I would say like that's the thing. If you just understand the hierarchy of information properly, you would have the correct output and the recognition of, oh, that person knows how to use typography well. Whereas customizing the font itself might mean that either you have asked someone else to customize it for you, which is an option and it's fine, or you know how to customize a font, but that might not be exactly what the client, person, company are looking for. They look for someone that is good in what they do, not necessarily good at customizing the font. That being said, if you want to spend the time and polish the font itself with the font viability and output stuff, um, do so. Like if you have the time, just just do it. It's fine. It's a bit of an edge. It will stand out to someone that knows what they're talking about, and you will stand out as someone that has typography knowledge. It's a positive for everyone. So yeah, yeah, you should, Stoney. Of course you should. As long as it looks good in the output and that people believe that Post Malone has an album called Stoney, then yeah, do that. Do that 100%. So yeah, other than that, for the font itself, thank you for that. Graceful compliment. Um, I think you would end up with potentials, but it's not like it wouldn't be uh, a decision factor um, from a hiring point of view. Like me as a hiring person looking for a designer, entering a website or a portfolio of someone and saying, "Oh, the font has been customized. That's crazy." Will probably never happen. Like if we remain on Ogre's stuff, I'm guessing Louis has some sort of customization of the fonts and choice for the fonts themselves and making sure that they use stuff that are better. I am not looking at the font itself. I will be looking, if I were to hire them, I would be looking at the works. Like I would just go in the work section and look for the content and make sure that everything that is in there is matching what I want the thing to be. But then the fact that they have like customized fonts, uh, I don't give a shit. It's readable. That's all I care about. Basically, that's going to be the output. I'm going to say this is something that I can read. It's well presented. We have all the information that we need, and that's fine. The only thing that I could see you do as an additional change is going to be shit like this. Like let's say this is your card stuff, and you know for a fact that you want this section right here to be like a tad wider because you want this to be using title like capitalized stuff. If that's the case, then the difference in between this and that for regular hiring manager and or designer, I don't think people at a glance looking to hire someone else will see the difference. So you know that there is a change because you've done the thing. And probably with different letters and not just title and so on, you would end up with something that is better. But at the end of the day, it's just like these two things are exactly the same. And if I put them at 40% opacity and I just like align them, you really see the difference of how it is. It makes the readability of the font a tad better. Like you might go to 4% for some very wild title things, but that's like James, hi, welcome on in. Yeah, I could say that. I could say that. I would I would say do it if you have the time. Don't do it if you don't think it's um if you don't know exactly what you're doing right now, right? If at this instant it seems like you have everything in order but not really but kinda, and you just um you know you have your entirety or the entirety of the content that you want to have on your portfolio or the website in question. You have everything that you need for um, your case studies. You have potentially the design for 99% of the pages. And you're like, you know what? I would love to polish the font. Do that. No issues. But then, uh, no, no centimeters units. That's not going to be good. Um, like it's not, in my eyes, it's not worth it. It's not worth the time. You will spend so much time in polishing compared to outputting. And for portfolio specifically, you might, you know, you might not stand out that much. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's right now worth it. Also, Kana, we're calling. I hope you have the feather. I hope you have the feather. This could be something that you put in place, Tony, by the way. This could be something that is the feather is cross streamers. So if someone from another stream that is live is stealing the feather from you, it's now only available on that new streamer's feather. So people from one community needs to go to the other community to fetch the feather and then bring it back to you. Could be fun. But yeah, no, other than that, typography is really important. Not gonna lie there. Um, but these details, for example, like that progress bar at the top, the way that they have created um, the effects on the text, which I hate because of readability. This is not readable. Um, the small potential thing that you can do right here to customize the font, you know, like yourself, that is going to stand out a lot more than saying, oh, this thing is going to take like a 1.62 line height instead of a 1.5. So, yeah. But then again, you know, uh, what do you mean I don't have your portfolio anymore? What the fuck is that? I don't have the link. It doesn't matter. But yeah, like that's the thing. Star Trails. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. Appreciate it. Welcome in. um, yeah, I do agree with that. Cat, hi, welcome in. I think the one of the thing that is interesting, important, specific, James, as you just said, the vertical alignments of content on different platforms is something. I would also say that in reality, platform-based design is a lot harder of a thing to do, and and also a lot more difficult to achieve because most people don't have a Mac, a PC, um, Chromium-based laptop, and other things. You end up with what you have, and most of the time for designers is going to be a Mac. So we can try on Chrome and Safari, but it's a bit different. Um, so, yeah. Starter, you will see the ADHD happens when we derail myself on many things. Phew, welcome back. How have you been? How's everything? Um, yeah. How's everything? So that's it is an important thing to make sure that you match and um, align content right here, for example. Um, making sure that this look the same on Windows and on Mac OS. That's something that I'm trying to do because I have the Windows PC on my side to check when I'm building it. But that's it. Like, that's the only thing that I can do, and I can't really do much about it because I'm not, like, that worried about it. I have my Linux home lab as well, so I can test on it, but it's not the best either. So, yeah. which to remedy that, the use of common platform fonts or web optimized fonts is probably going to work. So if you load like a font that is system on both or all platforms, you end up with something that is a bit better. So if it's like Inter, you may have some issues here and there. If it's at Times New Roman, you're kind of good. There's no issues there, or there will be no issues or less issues in there. That's for sure. So yeah, that would be a thing. That would be a thing for sure. You have line height on SwiftUI, Filu, by the way. Looking at that. Sorry. Congrats on 5 streams. That's something. That is something. Let me check that. Let me check that. Yeah, no, that's true. Have a good luck. Is in this article and let me know if they make sense for US perspective. That explain the concept. Damn, that's a wide ass article. Okay. If that's the only image in this one, can I click on that? No. I'm not reading the article so that, you know, I'm getting just the concept of the image, but yeah. I think overall it makes sense. The iceberg concept is such a concept that people know about and understand that it will make sense, and people will be like, yeah, well, that makes sense. The thing is, there are some stuff in there that just don't exist in the top section. Like from my point of view, the UX polish is an underneath unseen situation. The A/B testing is same thing. It's underneath. No one sees that. Anything that people are seeing here from a test point of view and a build point of view is going to be the UI and sometimes the UI, and then from time to time you have the interfaces, but that's about it. So in the build section, I would say it's mostly visual front end and reactiveness. So there is some feature enhancements for sure that people are perceiving. The A/B test, not really, and the UX part, not really, unless it is something like an improvement upon an existing feature, in which case, yes, but most of the time, not really. So you just see like performance enhancement and front end changes, and then everything else, like all of that, yes, that is iceberg related. It could be interesting for you to just move them down instead of having like 1, 2, 3, 4 as a grid. So maybe have like the fix and the improvement at the top, maybe the improvement a bit underneath, like where it is, the run, moving that up, and maybe the evolution at the bottom, because that's like the deep seated things to make sure that you have like the understanding. So that's something. This one though, and I'm gonna open that in a new tab for sure. That's a bit more complex. it kind of makes sense here. Like the startup is something that is built by hand, and then you have some growth where you have some building on with tools and with frameworks and stuff, and then you have something that's mature that works, and then it just breaks, and you have a crisis, and then you do a major migration to avoid crisis. But um, the major migration, that's very French of me. The major migration is um, is a mature product. So basically, the crisis mature migration is a cycle. Um, but then you say the major major migration is like you buy a company and integrate it into your system. That's similar, but very different from what I had in mind. I see. Um, mm, mm. If they are not connected, um, yeah, if they are not really connected, then these are potential outcomes. Let's call them outcomes. So that in the startup you can have a crisis, you can have a migration. In the growth you can have a crisis, you can have a migration, and in the magic project you would have the same thing, crisis or migration as options of potential outcomes. Um, I would say maybe this one needs to be revamped a bit to go through these stages. Um, and potentially, if you wanted to say acquisition for migration, like as you said earlier, like maybe you acquire someone else that does something that you wanted to have, and then that is an improvement. I would say that the other way around, like an exit strategy that most startup are trying to have, where you go from startup to growth to acquired, or mature component, mature product, and at each stage except the acquisition, um, there could be like migration and so on. So yeah, I I mean there is acquisition opportunities in startups and growth and mature stuff that's debatable. Um, but yeah, other than that, there is a lot of text. You know me by now. There is a lot of text on this thing that might be. I know, I can tell. I can tell. Um, yeah, there is a lot of text in there that might not necessarily be a good idea, and you might want to like condense. You probably also wrote this article with AI, which I same thing. I can kind of tell, um, but there is a need for either more illustrations to help. Um, it's not necessarily the M dashes. It's mostly like this is supposed to be a table, and that table in a markdown file is going to be pretty good and pretty well organized, but right here doesn't look like a table at all. Same thing here. There is like steps that should be on the secondary lines and diagrams and so on. So I would probably say create more illustrations, more images to help people read things. Use tables if available, if feasible, and replace M dashes with commas. That's the easiest thing to do. Overall, that concept is pretty good. I don't even know if that is Still, it's still. um, did we remove it? That's one of my previous companies. I know we did. God damn, nothing changed since I left. Impressive. We had, at some point, we had an iceberg. I think it was on the landing page, but obviously it's not there anymore. Yeah, it's not there. But we used to have something on the landing page to explain like how you could have things. And since that company has acquired the company that I was in, it's not there anymore, which makes sense. Which makes sense. Yeah. Anywho, but we had like the same concept at some point. So that's it's just a small detail. It would work to explain that there is something that is surface level, something that are not surface level. Yeah. Good question. I don't know. My brain is asking, would it be better if it was like a wider image instead of a taller image? I think taller is going to make more sense if you're reading that article, blog post thing on mobile. If you are not, it's a bit of a different thing. But yeah. Like basically the reason being you have the image that explain most of the things, and then you have the text that re-explain most of the things that are in the image, which I understand. But it's a bit redundant. And as someone like myself that has dyslexic tendencies, ADHD tendencies, that just tend to get lost in the text and in the inability of reading things, it's going to be harder for me to read this. And Denny, by the way, I don't know if you are currently working. I think you said that earlier. But the topography here would benefit from being switched and changed and polished to make more sense for the hierarchy of information to help someone read. But yeah, overall, this is the, to me, again, this is a to me thing, but recommended width for a blog is going to be 680, 700 pixel in order to not have to scan through the page too much. This font is a bit tiny for what it is, so I could benefit, or I could have some benefits to have that a bit more, a bit bigger to help readability as well. But overall, it would highly benefit from illustrative presentation. That alone could help, but the main goal of these articles are SEO related. So it's just making sure that Google is parsing this and then ranking the website properly. So I don't really give a shit about the content and the readability of the article itself, but I still want them to be readable enough. So that's a thing. Other than that, though, this one is kind of weird for what it is. Again, the concept is a bit more complex than the other one. The iceberg is easy. And this one is a lot more Personal representation of what you're trying to convey. So right now, I don't get it. Let's be honest, I don't really get it. The first one I did. Other than that, good. For the thing that I said earlier, um, depending on how you are building these images, I would highly recommend you to not use an AI image generator to look more professional. People that are using AI generated images on their platform, marketing, content, and so on are seen currently as cheap and not reliable and not trustworthy. So I would highly recommend you to not do that and instead use an AI generated image through Claude instead of ChatGPT or the other platforms. The reason for that is Claude doesn't have image generation capabilities, and therefore anything that is generated through Claude image-wise is going to be HTML based, and therefore you have something that is better than um, an image that is not scannable, that might have some typography issues here and there, some rendering issues here and there. It's just like it will be overall good 99% of the time. And if I take an example of what is an output, this one has been generated with Claude. It's a very bad thing. It's a very simple slide thing, but it's generated with Claude with text, HTML, and CSS, and then um, outputted very simply. And I just take a screenshot. So with that in mind, it's just a gradient. You know, it doesn't really change anything. It's it's boring. It's simple. But if you had to create an SVG of an iceberg and placing things on top, it would be pretty good. You would end up with something that is um, editable in code after the fact. So if you realized later that you made a bit of a mistake, that's the wrong thing. That's my face. You you made a typo somewhere, right? Or you wanted to say something else. Maybe um, that second slide needed to be something different. Then you can go in the code and just change the thing and be done with it. Whereas here, if you realize that this needs to be underneath, underneath, that the boat needs to be somewhere else, that you need another boat somewhere, and so on, you need to regenerate the entirety of the thing. And that's just, that's a waste of time. That is a waste of time. And I mean, for me specifically, it's just like these icons are the emojis generated, whereas you can just use the emojis. Um, so, you know, like that's the thing. But yeah, have a good work session. And you're welcome. That's the recommendation for this. It's gonna be easy. It should be easy. It should be easier for you to just do that. Also, it's too hot. 1 second. Oh, I don't know why it's so hot in there, but it is. Oh, it's a t-shirt there apparently. God damn. God damn. Yeah, that's the overall thing. That is the overall thing. Um, so in here I saw someone and I forgot who that was. 1 second, let me go back. Um, someone said, and obviously I'm not gonna find that chat message. Uh, Actually, she said you said that can, which is different ban, BH, it's a different corner shape squircle. Yes and no. I thought about it, um, and squircles are the hated child of the web right now. So by the fact that we now have Squircle's ability in CSS with the new properties that just happened, that is really cool, and we can just do the things really quickly. The issue that I have with it is that most people really dislike them, and also, even though this is a designer-based platform, it would be more reliable to just use regular corners. So for now, keeping that makes more sense. But I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from. One other thing that I wanted to showcase as well, even though it's not necessarily there, this um, is now feasible. So we now have, I'm going to go here because it makes more sense. We now have the ability to get like these Discord's link. So Discord link is giving you 4 multiple kind of, let's say 3 different layouts, really. You have the regular, this is my Discord, here are the amount of members that we have. This one, which is, this is the members, and this is how many of them are currently online. And then here, we finally have something that makes more sense, that look more natural. If you have like a paid tier Discord server and you have like a banner, it will pop the banner here. And if you have an animated bitch, an animated server icon, it's going to be animated on hover. So that's pretty cool as well. And same thing if you are like in Nitro and you have like a boosted version, you have this the level on the side. That's a cool design that I added today, which we didn't have before. So that's good news for the people that have Discord servers that want to get like better output. Also, you just saw that this entire thing while I'm streaming and building the thing, it's a bit laggy, and I don't know exactly why that's the case, but that's the case. So we'll see if that's fixable at some point. For now, that is not the case. But yeah, the squiggle thing, I don't know. I feel like that's going to be kind of harder to generate and maintain. So for now, no squiggling. No squiggling at all. I think the other things that I want to have is the creation or the customization of that card on this side. I'm debating having this added. This thing that I did in 2020, 2019, technically. I'm debating having like quick access, quick button access. But then again, it kind of goes against the purpose of the link in bio thing if you have like quick links at the top or on the side. So I'm unsure. Yeah, I'm kind of unsure about that. But it could be cool. It could be cool to have quick links here when you're loading the page for the first time. The other thing that I'm thinking about is creating a mix layout. Not really, but kind of creating a mix layout where, and that I don't know exactly how to do that, but that maybe instead of having a single grid with 4 columns, or technically 8 columns, and things are taking 2 entries per columns, whatever, it doesn't matter. having a full width or max width of, I don't know, 6, which means 12 to 20 columns in total. And then the profile hero just being like in the center, and then you can have like a wider things that reorganize itself properly automatically. So you don't have the hand on the the exact positions because it will resize itself. But you can have the hand on the order of things. Um, but that might be a good idea. I don't know. I'm still debating on this one to get something that is a bit more vertical layouted. I don't know. And the other thing that I have in mind is this. I don't know if these aren't too big for what they are. There is a feeling when I'm looking at them on mobile that these blocks are a bit too fat for what they're supposed to achieve. And it could be, like I could 100% minimalize, good job me, minify these cards to make them not necessarily 1 by 1, but roughly 1 by 1, or a strip of 1 by 1, 1 by 4, 1 by 2, with like the icon and the text next to it. That could be something. I don't know yet. I'm still debating on the opportunities of designs on this one. But you know, it's working. It's working, and that's what matters. That is what matters. We have everything that's working. So use it. It's neat. I don't know how many users we have so far. I think we have like 15 or something. But yeah. And right now working on the Brutalist theme. So, um, I don't know how to render the Brutalist theme in dark mode. That's where I'm kind of stuck. Earlier we said pure black for the background. I don't know if that's a good idea. It's not a bad idea, but it's also not necessarily a good idea. I also don't know any Brutalist website that are using dark mode. Most of them are going to be in light mode. So, like we have strong color scheme in the background, but we don't really have dark mode brutalism. Again, from experience, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It just means that it's not the common scheme. Most people are going to be in very bright colors on top of light backgrounds, even in a dark mode environment. So that I think I should do UI design instead of just design on this. Yeah, that's the dark mode basically, which is not dark mode at all. That is not brutalism in the slightest. I guess it would work if I'm in brutalism with a theme. So if I get something like this, then it kind of works, in which case we can have the borders in black, like in pure black, to stand out. But It's also not necessarily good. So, how can that happen? There's two different things that needs to happen in my opinion. There are the border needs to take the color of the brand right here um, to match, and potentially content needs to take the color of the theme as well. I don't know. This is a debatable plan. Debatable plan on this one. I'm looking at it on mobile, but it doesn't necessarily work in here. The only thing that is a bit complex on this is the fact that the shadow is offsetting each of the cards. So we end up with something that is not aligned, but that's also like the official design of brutalism, so it makes sense. Nothing really. That is not what we want to see. I kind of want to see this. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. We could have the cards that are the brand cards right there take the bright color instead. So moving from transparency-based background to full opacity-based background in Brutalist websites, Brutalist rendering. Could work. This is the dark mode version of a Brutalist thing, which is an option. Is it a good option? I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't know. What can we say? Can we say on this one? We need the dark mode to be better. So in dark mode, the border shadow are too visible for some reason. The thing that my brain is all over the place. The thing that doesn't work with me is the fact that, technically speaking, I don't have the ability to change the page background based on the theme. So I'm only going to be able to change the card's background and the card's content based on the theme. So the background color is not going to change. So that's something. And we want these to be still visible, but not as visible. I guess. Off-white, I guess a bit of white might help without using transparency. That might be the way to go, but I doubt. I doubt that making that simply off-white will change anything. Like a light gray could just offset them enough, like that. um, that helps. That does help. Now, there is this fucking loading thing that doesn't really make any sense to me, where things are not necessarily just working through, or loaded through. So that's weird. That is weird. Guess that's better. Then again, the simplest thing is I'm the only one that will see this, and I'm the only one that will see the bugs, because most people are going to test things out and select like one of the themes. And then when they have the themes that works the best for them, and they know that this is exactly what they want to have, they're done. They're probably never going to touch them. So that is a bit of a me issue. Like, I don't. It doesn't really matter. These things are just like, they're there, but that's fine. What does the note look like? Brutalism. That's fine. But yeah, since that's just a me thing, I don't know if it's useful for me to just spend too much time on making sure that this thing is working or is going to be working for transitions and so on, just because it's never going to be useful and or used. So that is something to think about. Is something to think about. What could change? What could change? That's not an option. One of the other thing that I had in mind, which I believe is probably going to break more stuff than it helps, is in the current state of things, this animation is good looking and it's neat to see how things work and so on, but it's broken, and it's also gonna make stuff like, if I refresh the metadata, you can see that the card itself has reappeared in the background, which is not exactly what we want to have. That is something that I'm thinking about in terms of potentially not having that animation, but having something related to the Figma slash design platform inspector. So when you select one of the cards, you have a panel on the side that just opens with the inspector and your actions, your options, your things. It is not a bad idea, but it's also a very bad idea because of the layout shift. Every time that you select something, it's going to just open the panel, whereas here we have that flip animation and so on. The other option that we have is, instead of making it flip, it's just like a card that slides in from the bottom. So on open of the settings, it opens a card from the bottom, slides in, have the tools, make the changes, saved, goes back down, which is simpler. I think this animation is good for presenting and displaying things, similarly to what we have on what Arakan has been sharing. I don't know if he has been sharing the same thing. I don't think he did. um, at least on DM directly, we have talked about the thing that Tom is doing. Um, so Tom is doing something very similar and is building a platform that is obviously the same as what I'm trying to build. Um, it looks really cool. The animations and transition makes a lot of sense. Going back to what I said last Monday, not this week, last week, in terms of cost, any single transition is costly. So that's like one mutation, and for the platform that I'm using, one mutation is paid. So if I were to create something like this with full transition in between states, it means that people would do exactly this. They would go in and uh, like, you know, um, and play with the transitions. And that is sinking cost instantly. Like if I have something that I can play with as a user and it's fun and it's nice to see like the transition, I will probably switch from state A to state B often. And that's just bad. It's bad for business. It's probably gonna run through everything. But yeah, so that's one of the thing. But Tom is doing a pretty good job at creating the animations, that is for sure, and getting a lot of traction for these posts, which is, cool. Um, but yeah, I thought about having a weather widget, but I feel like the weather widget is the same thing as my location widget. It could be something where I add like a weather-based layer on top to get the transitions and the effects and the things. But for now, we're not there yet. So yeah, so that's a thing that I'm thinking about as well. Maybe adding some content in there, or context, and more themes, more things to display, more. I mean, more reason for you to upgrade to a paid tier. That is the goal. No other reasons. No other reasons. It's just like right now you are limited to light mode, and therefore you are just seeing your page like this. And maybe you want a bit more color. Maybe you want something that is cleaner. I don't know. I mean, not even maybe. I'm sure that a lot of designers would love to have like a dark mode thing. The person that came here 2 weeks ago, I think, that shared that they are building something very similar. Uh, basically have exactly the same issues that we have, where overall the only value proposition right now is having dark mode, and that's not good enough. At least for me, I need like way more than just dark mode to make things make sense. So changing that helped a lot. Helps a lot to get like more themes, more stuff, more whatever. However, looking at that, let's see what we can do. So I think this is pretty good. I think the current way of organizing it is wrong. So I feel like we should centralize the theming, and styling in one file. Just call for a styling sheet, I guess. Instead of having per file Styling? I guess. Like that's going to be a question rather than an assumption. Um, but yeah, might be better to unify things in the global CSS values and then just take the prefix of all of the brutalist related cards and then all of the minimalist related card and all of the colorful related card styling and just add these as a switch rather than having a per card thing. So that's simplifying. It's also probably going to break stuff, obviously. So we'll see how that works. But while that is happening, I'm gonna pee. I am dying. That is crazy. Holy fuck. Uh, hmm. Even then, I feel like this current rewriting that the cursor is doing is not the right way to do it. That's going to be it's going to be too specific even. Like if I'm looking at it based on where things are changed, right? The is brutalism theme is the same thing. It's the same issue, right? Tracking wide, tracking wider, and so on. This is not what I was talking about. I was mostly talking about the fact that it would be easier to get one place for all the things. Like basically having styling .css. I know, groundbreaking, but I guess I need to speak that out because otherwise it's not. I meant centralized style sheet for all styling things and simply have all the cards take dot styling dash background based on the user selection. We get the correct styling for that card. Not conditional. Yeah, not. That's called ternary operator, right? We'll have 10 plus themes in the future. Uh, I guess. I guess that makes more sense. But also, like, that's just simplifying a design system and having our variables somewhere and just say, uh, we have a centralized thing that is just like, here are our card's title, card icons, card background, card border, and based on the theme, even if it's like defaults, minimal, and so on, it just places the elements properly rather than having them separated. So yeah, I feel like that's going to be a better option. It's probably going to break everything, which is never good. But yeah, we'll see. I'm really scared, as always, I'm really scared about the dedicated cards design, as in the Discord card, the Twitch card as well, that has the currently live badge and so on. These things needs to work and be on point in all styles, but then it's just a matter of assigning the correct style sheets for each of the cards. So that's, I mean, that makes sense. Makes sense. In a design point of view, it makes sense. In a code point of view, it makes sense as well. It's just that because I'm changing the behaviors and I'm having some of the elements being placed in different places, in different styles, then we end up with something that are not going to be compatible or as compatible as I want them to be. So, yeah. I'm also probably going to break some of the controls cards. So the flip card is probably going to break, which is one of the reasons as well why I want to put that somewhere else in a different version. Maybe the inspector could be on the left side, like on top of the profile card things, because that's not something that's going to change too often, and therefore you don't have so much layout shift if you are selecting the layer in the right side of the screen and then the sidebar is opening. But that's, I don't know, it feels wrong. Something about it feels like a drawer opening. It's not necessarily what we want to have specifically on desktop. Mobile, why not? But desktop, I doubt it. Also, you see these makes no sense to me. The fact that these are changes and line changes, and the only thing that has happened is changing the comments, that's make no sense. That is making no sense. But yeah, we will see. We will see. Stony, by the way, have you checked the analytics of the app on the Play Store to see how many people have downloaded it, tried out, and so on? Or are you not in the numbers just yet? Ever? I don't know. I don't know. I have not been looking at things, to be honest. The Play Store, the Play console on your phone is really useful to know exactly what's happening. As of right now, we are reaching 600 downloads for the Can app on Android, which is pretty cool, and 312 active users. So that's cool. However, orders are still. I just made $13 on Android. In September last year. But then again, I haven't done any update or release on Android in, well, since it launched. So not good. Not good whatsoever. I know that you don't care. Good job, me. I know that you don't care about the numbers, but you know what? That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. For something that you haven't advertised, makes sense. Chendu, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for chatting. Appreciate it. Welcome on in. Oh, God damn. You do. You do. You are a follower of mine. Well, I mean, it's the first time that we see you here, so I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You've been following since September last year, which is crazy. Crazy that that's your first message today. I am. I am. If you have any design question, UI, UX related, please feel free to ask. We're currently doing a lot more code related content because I'm building Ban and trying to make sure that this works and is as good as it can be before Bento dies, which is in 20 days, roughly. So sad. Basically 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, Bento is dead, and you won't be able to convert. So that's sad. That is sad. That's scary. That is scary. Okay, so we have what happened. We have theming system to be centralized. So we have a theme selection. If you added that attribute that the card provider now wraps children with data. So based on that, I am almost 100% sure that these things are going to break. So time to check stuff. Times to check stuff. So if we are here and we are in minimal, is everything in order, in place, in position? That seems to be the case. Do we still work in light mode and dark mode? Kinda. These ones are a bit strong when the elements are really black or really blue, like strong colors. It doesn't really matter though, it works. So that's neat. Let me just force refresh to see how that's happening. And also maybe the logs could help for some reason. That's a cool transition. We have everything working. And then the fatalism cards are properly made, but then it just doesn't load. That's something that I don't understand. I wish I could understand that a bit better. But then again, as I said earlier, it doesn't really matter because I'm the only one that will see this, right? Or care about it. Like most people are going to change theme and then say, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Maybe scroll up, scroll down, have the entire thing done for them and never change it out again. Whereas here, I'm having this issue. So yeah. Someone with a VPN. Maybe. But Puerto Rico is in the US, so you know. Someone from the US. That's the way to think about it. So I feel like this is okay. That switch is still broken, but do I care? Not really. It's also really bad when I'm here. So that's working. I'm happy with that. Colorful and dark mode is working, and minimal is working as well. There is these glitches when we are switching themes, which I don't really like, but also it's simplified. So now that this is optimized, I mean, getting rid of 500 lines of code is pretty cool. Not going to complain about that. But we're still adding as much, basically, as we are removing. So doesn't really matter. But it makes more sense. It makes more sense to have a centralized version of the thing, which was in the global CSS in the first place, so it doesn't really matter. Going back to what Triple E said earlier in the stream today, I think it makes sense to integrate some sort of a better, overall better grid system theming settings things, as I said, so that I basically get the ability to say this would make more sense if we had that amount of space in between the cards, that amount of radius in the cards. That's going to break this entire thing, but it's fine. Maybe. And I don't like this. So, cards. Okay. In minimal and talism theme on flip, that sounds so weird. On flip, have their background switched to the colorful design, apparently. Bruce, welcome back. How have you been? How's everything? How's the day going? How long have you not been here? Yes. All right. Last time was 2025 mid-year. God damn, what on it? I see. What's the AI thing that you're building? Interested in that. Interested in taking a look. Interested in taking a look. Background switch to the colorful design instead of remaining in the right style, I guess. I mean, you said working on my AI now. What is your AI thing? I don't know if that's gonna work. I doubt. I can't take that down. Oh, damn. That's pretty impressive. Is it like a you for you thing, or is it a for you and open to everyone thing later? No, it still flips. Only for you? Okay, cool. So it's basically an AI teacher assistant thing that will be trained on your own data to help you learn more stuff as a student, I guess, from your brief explanation. I see. I see. That's cool. So basically, you have. I'm guessing. I'm exploring the IDs. You probably have links to your calendar apps, profiles, activity on your computer, your phones, your whatever that is tracked all time, and then can help you learn things about yourself, prepare meetings. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Uh, Now a flip animation, I guess. I am burning through credits right now. That is not what I wanted to do specifically today, but yeah, we'll say it's gonna be fine. I'm guessing I'm probably like at 200 ish, if not more. Yep. I was right. Mm. Gasface, hi, welcome on in. Good morning. Good 9 a.m. for you, I guess. Kinda. Something like this. That's the deal. Um, I mean, how's the morning going? 8, so Texas-based? Central US? Central. And Bruce, that's pretty impressive. Not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to see what you have achieved on this one because that's pretty cool. Are you planning on like open sourcing the thing or way for people to have access to it at some point? Or is it like just for you thing? And there is no documentation. Well, that reply to that answer my question to this is going to be a for you thing. I see. Okay, so if I'm switching here, this is good. Oh, this is really bad. Sorry, I just saw the Gordon radius. That's really bad. That's because of the scroll view, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna fix that. But let me switch this to minimal and then switch that. Yes, perfect. And now to brutalism. Yay! Okay, cool. Um, that's good. I think the container needs to change. So the back face. Good. I'm gonna keep that. Great. So the not though the back of the card once flipped need to get a wider container, I guess. Um, Wider and taller container, but the card needs to retain its current size. Hmm? I guess. Its current sizes. The goal is to ensure that the scroll view doesn't crop the content and remain inside of the card itself. Yeah, probably. That's not gonna work. I've been trying to fix this thing, this flipped card scroll issue, because I've been having this issue for, well, since I implemented this thing. So I don't know why it's not working. Like that crop at the bottom is just because the container doesn't really work. But then again, it's supposed to take the proper con radius on the sides and so on. But we don't want the cards to be wider. We want the cards to be the same, but have its crop content scrollable, which is different and a bit more complex. And then I end up with this most of the time, and that's not what we want. And I don't understand. It doesn't really matter, right? It's fine, but yeah. Yeah. It probably will. I can agree with that. It's also probably going to be a lot more complex than any project, because if you open source it at some point, what you need to provide is the skeleton that hasn't been trained. So you have the entire thing that is available, and then users that want to use the things need to fork that thing, train it with their own data in order for it to work. So there is a lot of implementation, API keys, and other things that they need to put in place in order to make it work. Whereas for you, if you push the thing with your own trained model thing, or with your own training data, it's going to not work, not be good. So yeah, that's a bad thing. I feel like I'm going to revert that very, very soon. That's better. Not gonna lie. That's not that bad. That is not that bad. I'm not against that. Yeah, no, I don't mean you leaking the API keys. I mean users that would want to access this thing on their own as an open source would have to set up so much of the thing that you have currently set up to make sure that it's trained on your data. And that is going to be a long readme for the explanation of what needs to be plugged in, how. That's not necessarily the most fun activities. Oh, that transition was cute. Sorry, moving from this one to this one because it's the same thing is a fun transition. And this one from this one is probably gonna break, yeah. That works. I don't like this at the bottom. I've said that many times. I think it's just my scroll bar or scroll view container needs to reach the edge. So, the usual, a small screenshot. We need the bottom part of the scroll view to be on the edge. To put that gap. at the bottom. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that. Send that. Um, I see. Well, that's cool. That is good news. That is good news. Padding bottom 16. Well, that's not it. um, cool. Oh, one of the things that I didn't talk about as well is the addition of the carousel thing. I think I talked about it really briefly 2 weeks ago, but yeah, now if you are adding more than one picture to picture frame, it transforms itself into a carousel, and therefore um, people can just scroll through, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I don't. I should, but I do not. And yeah. Uh oh, that's bad. Okay, so you removed the wrong. Mm. Ah, ah. Sorry. Ah. That's half bad. That is half bad. Uh, oh, yeah. So it's on the container. Uh, Let me revert that. So that's like not talking about the, what did we say? PB 16, P bottom 16, um, inside of the card inside scroll view. That makes no sense. But on the card container itself. To remove the padding bottom, I guess. Guess that's gonna help. But yeah, no, I also 100% agree that the current state of things when it comes to AI coding and like the speed at which we can go now and the creation that we can achieve, like right now, I'm building things that wouldn't necessarily be feasible by my skill level, which is 0, um, a year ago. And today I have 3 different products on the stores and on websites that are accessible and usable and potentially successful, depending on how you want to quantify success. But yeah, like that's yeah, that makes more sense. Not good, but it's fine. It's fine. Not the best. There is a bit of a flicker. Ah, kinda. It's fine. Screen brutalism. Yeah. That's such a weird behavior that we still have the hover effect on this settings thing. But it's fine. So yeah, like I wouldn't have had any of, that's not what I wanted to do, any of the abilities that I currently have, and any of the tools that I have built and apps that I have built, if we didn't have a tool like Cursor come up, and if I hadn't jump in and say, let me try that out. Let me make sure that this thing that is currently in the work is a viable option for what I'm trying to achieve. And it is, which is exactly what we wanted. So that's cool. But yeah, why do we have a fast refresh there? That's not good. That timing was wrong. But that's nice. I think I need to check this card because this is the only, yeah. It works by default without having a scroll, but at least the scroll can help to get like, dang. Not that it matters, you can still click on it. But yeah, so far, that's good. There are still some transparency glitches. This is, again, this is something that is on my Mac, and I don't really care about it. It's something that, how can I say? And this is mostly like a visual glitch from macOS Tahoe that you might not see on stream based on how I've seen that in the past. But it is annoying nonetheless, and it's based on transparency of the elements everywhere. So that's something that I need to be careful about when I build stuff, because that's bad. If things are broken, for me, it's going to be broken for the people that are on macOS Tahoe. Probably not the people that are on the release version. I'm currently on the dev betas, so obviously there is more bugs. But yeah, that's the thing. That seems to be good. To be honest, that whole thing seems to be pretty good. We have changed not much, but we still have changed a lot. That's the thing. Most of these are going to be removal of code based on what we had earlier of making sure that we have something which was per card specific, and now this is not the case. So that is a better output, and I'm gonna need to check. Minimal is good. Statist is good. Changing that to here, that's good. Changing that to there, that's good. There was a bit of a lag on this one, which is annoying, but that's fine. That's which I don't like. But that's fine. I am currently burning through my credits and request by doing all of these changes to make sure that everything works. But I think it's worth it. So yeah, let's see. So let me just bring that right there. So we have brutalism, and we have centralized theme, then brutalist theme, change the flip behavior, and what else did I do? No, that's about it. That's about it. Is it gonna break? It's probably gonna break. It didn't. Impressive. Impressive. I was expecting it to not work. Also, yes, I know I should not use the GitHub app. I should probably use the terminal for that, but I don't know how that works. That's not how things happened. That is not how things happened. Um, I could use my icons for sure for these things. I know that they would be good. The reason for that is like, um, I forgot if they have like a brand related or platform thing like social media and so on. Icon set. Don't think they do. I don't think they do. But I could use them instead of the thing that we have, because right now we don't have slightest amount of icons for socials that work. Like I am missing so many, and Behance is replaced by LinkedIn, which makes absolutely no sense. So I could get like this set, for example, this entire set of 440 icons and just use that as a base for everything. I do have them already, and uploading that to somewhere is an option, but we are limited when it comes to everything. Like the size of the bundle needs to be very, very, very light. Right now, um, the centralizing off the CSS is going to help for sure. But at the end of the day, it's probably going to be the same heavy thing. I'm kind of a bit lighter than expected, which is good. Which is good. You know. Nice. So I think the stuff that I need to fix most importantly is going to be these. The cards, like the social cards, have the thumbnails, specifically the thumbnails in Tor version or in extremely wide version. That's something that is breaking everything. So that's a fix that I need to do or add as a for sure thing. And then, like, it's fine here, but also I'm missing the top section. So yeah, overall, I need to fix the thumbnails in minimal and brutalist. System failure. Good stuff. Now I know. Now I know. So, as always, new chat for new stuff is the best option. In theme, minimal and brutalism. To change the thumbnail behavior. Yeah, I agree with that. If I could run Opus directly on my computer, I would. Thank you for the likes on YouTube. I appreciate it. It would be great, like, to have something in on device, but the only on device that I can use is also that is free to say. Yes, I have Olama and the OpenAI OSS, like the open weight version of their AI stuff, but it doesn't really run inside of Cursor, or at least not from my understanding, because my understanding is non-existent. So that's not the greatest, but yeah. I could. I could. Um, so far, I've been running um, Olama and some specific models, like very, 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 very specific models for translation and uh, German. I know. Very specific. But yeah, mostly most of the translation models that I run on device on my computer to not be rate limited are the translation models because it's better instead of having other things. But yeah. Um, Opus right now has a better understanding in terms of um, context and complexity. Uh, so that's the reason most of the time I'm running Sonnet because it is cheaper and faster. And if I want something that is design related, I'm gonna use Gemini 3 because it just runs. But it's also like kind of like, as you can see, everything is kind of broken here. So yeah. But that's the reason. Opus is just like, it's a bit of a heavier model and it costs more per request, but it also has a greater understanding and um, a response limit uh, that is greater than the others for some fucking reason. As in, if I go back to here, right there, where you can see like all my usage and so on. The fact that I have response of 6 million tokens with Opus with no issues is a crazy thing. So that is one of the reasons um, why I'm using Opus most of the time. It's just like it is so much more reliable for heavier and longer tasks compared to the others. Um, some of them are like, and also since I came back to this, it's just like Opus all the time. Um, but yeah, it costs more though. A lot of my stuff is free, so I have that advantage. I need to remind everyone about that every time. But yeah, in not Opus, when I'm on the free tier, I'm usually at like the 300k to 1 million token of response. And with Opus, I have the ability to get in the 2 million to 6 million tokens replies for the generation of codes, which is pretty good. Some of them, like these things, for example, should have been using another model to be faster, mainly because it would have been like easier. But that basically implies that I have two IDs running at the same time. So I would have like one to do the small tasks and one to do the heavy task, with cursor being the heavy task and the other one anti-gravity or tray or whatever, using like the OSS, for example. Anti-gravity is using the OSS model on device, kind of. um, so these walkthrough things makes no sense to me. But yeah, no, anti-gravity has like a bit more interesting behavior. And again, as far as right now, anti-gravity is still free, maybe, for a bit. And the fact that you have the ability to get like the free model of ChatGPT OSS, that is pretty cool. So, yeah. But yeah, it really depends on the task. And so that's the reason why I'm currently running on Opus and nothing else. So, yeah. In theme, minimal, and brutalism, we need to change the thumbnails or the image behavior in the large card design to ensure it only takes a maximum of 50% of the height, I guess, and nothing else. And then we'll see if it works. If that works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I hope that this is going to go through the global CSS that we just changed. If that's not the case, I need to make sure that I specify that. But apparently, there is a read of the global CSS right there. So if that works, that works. I'm guessing the reason, based on what I just read in the thinking, is the fact that I have a 4:3 aspect ratio lock for the OG image / thumbnail, and therefore that is the reason why in the large modes it you've already read that a few months ago about software devs and AI for jobs, right? What do you mean? I don't think I do. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know what exactly you're talking about. Ach, danse. That's not working. That's not working. That broke my dribble preview, which also makes no sense. My bad. If I'm testing on production, obviously it's not going to work. Yeah, the thing is, with the companies that are hiring for or with dev that have the ability to vibe code and so on, the main issue is the reliability of said thing. Oh, that's really bad. Let me try that instead. Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. Also, that's a thing, yes. My initial thing. Ah, for fuck's sake. That's true. Sorry, my bad. I'm derailing myself, as always. My content fetch is in production, but not in local, so I can't really check if the thing is broken, not broken, or fixed prior to sending into production, which is really bad. Let me read what it did. Loud called the audio image as a max height of 50%, which limits the image to a maximum of 50% of the card's height. We should be fine. Tall card is 2x4, it's 2/3, which makes sense. Overflow hidden. It should work. But then effect the minimal and brutalism. Technically the colorful doesn't or isn't impacted in any ways. So we'll see. We'll see if that works. Yeah, no, I don't know what you mean by right around that company, how like in prior times. I know that some companies are trying to hire design engineer that can basically do AI coding, which is what I'm doing. But most of the time, the thing that I'm seeing is that it is not necessarily a skill of doing cursor-based coding for designers or devs. It's mostly a knowledge base of do you have the ability to express yourself well enough so that an AI can do something for you really quickly? And as always, prompting doesn't exist. Prompting is simply writing text in a way that is understandable by someone. And so, for someone like me that has been managing junior designers and junior devs and other non junior devs as well, it is easier for me to just ask requirements uh, to whatever, an AI and so on, and say, act like a junior dev or uh, a senior dev and something, and here are my requirements, here is exactly what we need to have, and so on. And that's like an easier task for me than other people, I guess, but also it's pretty simple anyways. So yeah. Um, yeah, I'd I'd say it has always been the same thing. If you understand a little of code and you can communicate with the dev teams as a designer, you have a higher chance of getting a job, being acquired, not acquired, but like being employed by a company, because the the friction in between the devs and the designers is uh, going to be lower, because you have the ability to explain things that the devs will understand. And when the devs is going to tell you something as a designer, you will understand it as well. So now the thing for the fail fast system. So the goal is to make sure that someone that is coming in the company as a designer can create a prototype, but not in Figma, like basically in code, and that potentially based on that prototype that is made by the designer on their machine using the same stack that the devs are using, it means that the output can potentially just be ported easily, that's air quote on this one, or at least faster than if it was just built in Figma and then have to recreate the same thing in code. So that's one of the reasons why people are getting hired, kind of, because of their vibe coding skills. It's mostly just, do you have the ability to communicate with the dev teams, and do they understand you? Are you understanding them? Do you have the ability to create something that is reusable in production later? Um, and that's a lot of things, but it's also like really useful in the long term to know that your prototypes are not just static prototypes; they are functional prototypes. So if you if you've been in design long enough, like myself, and you've done client interviews for user testing, a lot of times you see a client go into something like this, for example, that is just a Figma file, and they want to click inside of the input field to type something. But because it's a fake input field, it doesn't do shit and they can't type anything. And they get frustrated while they are doing the user testing interviews and stuff, because they can't do what they were looking for right there. And now you can just say, yo, well, yeah, you can type whatever the fuck you want in there. It's gonna work. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be exactly how it's supposed to work. So that's a high benefit that we don't have if you're just doing design. Um, and with my skills, which is a lot of people's skills, it's just a matter of I understand what looks better, and therefore, if I have something that works, I can then make it look better. So going back to what Denny was talking about earlier with the fonts, it's a matter of just saying, have a good look. It's a matter of saying, this thing needs to work. Like my portfolio needs to have the content that it needs to have, all the case study needs to be filled, and all the things needs to be like in there and solid. And then once I have everything, I can polish the design and make it better. But that's like, it takes some times, that's about it. Like it's that easy. It is that easy. Um, sorry, that's funny. We said 50%, but that's not 50%. I don't really care though. Um, I don't really care, but we have some previews. That's interesting. I don't know if these previews are because I fetched them before or if they are here because of the news things. I don't know. I need to pee again. 1 second. I mean, I don't, but I get it. I get it. If it works for you, it works for you. Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of coffee in general. Like, it's not as good as expected. Uh, I'm gonna use that as a base and say this is kind of weird, and then I'm gonna refresh this one. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay, cool. Um, so it makes it 2 pixel high instead of 50%. So that is wrong. Ta-da! The most explaining I could have done. Most detailed. Um, but yeah, no, overall, like that is the reason for getting hired, kinda, and vibe coding right now. I mean, not vibe coding, but like, you know what? Uh, sorry. I guess we can make it a 2:1 aspect ratio in the large card instead of 4:3. That way we keep the same CSS properties, but simply with different values, I guess. I guess it's gonna be easier. God dang. So yeah, if you are like basically vibe coding things, you are good enough. Like you have the ability to just create something as a prototype that can potentially then be implemented in the production code. Usually it's not going to be the case, but at least as a presentation means this is going to be so much better for you and for your company to just say, here is where we are, here is what we are probably doing, and here is where we want to do, instead of having something that's static that the users don't understand. Um, it's just easier. Um, yeah, I think a person like me, which is not a dev still, that doesn't really understand what it's doing, but is still achieving something in code, is not a good asset of skills for a company. I'm a good asset of skills when it comes to the design part of things because I've been doing that for 20 years. But as someone that can generate through AI stuff and and get an output that works, that is a better potential output than um, someone that doesn't. Like a designer that is just a designer will have the designer's salary. Someone like me that is a designer that doesn't really understand the code but can output something is going to be a design AI engineer. And then someone that has the dev skills and use AI to go faster or to simplify the mundane tasks that are fucking annoying, as in setting up environments and so on, that is going to be an option as well. And that's going to be better. But it's, I mean, as we've been saying since the beginning of time, it's like, I'm going to go here. uh, worker and worker plus tool, this is going to be more impressive and interesting for the company. Worker alone is good, but worker plus the tool a bit higher in terms of needs. And right now we just have designer with AI skills, as in generating design with AI, that's a bit higher. Then you have designer and designer with a bit of code knowledge, that's higher. And then you have now the designer with a bit of code knowledge and designer with a bit of AI code generation that can create products on its own. That's a bit higher. And then same thing for the devs with AI, a bit higher. So it's the usual thing. It's the same content. It's the same IDs. Just as long as you're using the tools, whatever. Does it work? Cool. Like that's basically what it is. Um, so for me at least, it's just like it's such a an easier thing to think about. And so from a company hiring point of view, it's just a matter of saying, is that person using the tools that is going to make the company better, like more money? And in the beginning, I mean, again, um, for me, in the beginning of my career in 2006, I had no knowledge of um, code. Didn't even know that it existed. Like that is, I don't know. I just knew like visual stuff. And in 2013, so 7 years later, I kind of learned about code um, as something that was potentially interesting. I mean, kind of before that, but roughly 2013 is the time where my brain went like, oh, you know what? Maybe that's the thing. From there, I then basically got interested, failed, moved back to design stuff, got interested again, failed again, moved back to design stuff. And overall, every time that I failed, I learned something. I learned like a slight amount of code. Like this made sense. This HTML thing made sense. This CSS thing made sense. But that's it, nothing else. Which meant that when I looked for a company to hire me at some point, I had like a bit of understanding. Not a lot, but just a smidge, enough to be like, well, I can discuss with the devs. That is not going to be an issue. I can 100% have a chat with the devs to make sure that they understand me, I understand them, and everyone's happy about it. So that helped, but um, but I never had enough understanding to be like, well, I know my shit. I don't know my shit when it comes to code. Like it's just that's not me. It doesn't work. So with that in mind, um, now I have, thanks to Stony, that pushed me a lot. Not gonna lie about that. I have a lot more understanding than I had 4 years ago. And if I have a conversation about things that are a lot more technical than before, I can keep up. Not saying that I'm 100% fully understanding exactly what is happening in the discussion, but overall, I have a pretty good understanding of anything that happens code related. And it's just like when it comes to technical related things, back end and functional stuff, I don't get it. But anything that is front end based, I kind of understand. Anything that is simple data fetching and presentation, that's okay. And therefore, I am a bit more dangerous than a regular designer that doesn't understand anything about code. And that's it. And now that I'm like taking a bit more time to build stuff, even though this one is the worst possible uh, project to showcase this, I have a better understanding of things. And so, for example, here, I realized that having this thing at 50% wouldn't make any sense. And so by simply keeping the system in the same value, so it was an aspect ratio of 4:3, and by saying instead of having an aspect ratio of 4:3 turning into a max height of 50%, which is not the same type of property, let's keep the same property type and go from 4:3 to 2:1, and therefore we're good. Like it's just a very, very simple, same property, different values, things work. It gives us exactly what we're looking for, and we have our outputted properly in our previews. So that's by having 5 seconds of understanding of how CSS property kind of works and having just like layout shift slash injected properties into elements through JavaScript things that made me understand that, well, if I'm just changing a value, I'm good. If I'm changing a property and a value, there might be some conflict, and that's it. So don't worry about it. You can catch up and you can like get some knowledge really quickly by simply following through what's happening, why things are broken, and if you take the time to just push yourself to understand, it's gonna come in. It's gonna come in. It's gonna be fine. It's fine. I wanted to talk about something else that is absolutely not related, which is a TV show. Kat heard me talk about it. I'm not gonna give you the title because it doesn't make any sense to spoil you based on what I'm about to say. But I've been watching a thing for two reasons. First reason is This is a 2013 TV show, so it's an old TV show by today's standards. Um, and it has a large amount of seasons. So I wanted to understand why it was popular and why there was still people watching it. So I started it. It's a shitty ass TV show. Um, I'm currently on season 4 out of 8, I think, or 9. I forgot. It's been a while. Um, and in season 1, they killed one of the sub main characters. Not main characters, but sub main characters. There is like 5 or 6 main characters, kind of Game of Thrones like things. Not really, not the same environment and so on, but whatever. So they killed one of the sub main character or someone that is close to one of the main characters. It's like cool, okay, so they are going in that route of sometimes they are killing people really fast. Interesting. And then season 3, um, almost midway through the season 3, the one of the main characters is pregnant, and I had a feeling that in order to either allow that actress to be pregnant and with their families and so on, if that was a real pregnancy, they would kill that character. You know, main character, but still pregnant, in order to not have them in the show so much. You can just get rid of them, and then you get. And then they killed that character, and I was so happy with it because it was one of the main character getting killed. But then I remembered that this TV show has like 9 seasons, and that character is like one of the main characters. So I knew for a fact that this was a fake killing for the reason that I thought. And 3 episodes later, they bring it back. So I'm guessing was not pregnant for real. Or they did good, if it was. And it's really sad to think about it this way because right now there is one of the main characters that is also almost getting killed on the episode that I just watched yesterday. And that is the main character. And I know for a fact that there are more episodes, as in 5 more seasons, with that character in it. So there is no way that that person is dying. And I feel like it's kind of my fault for watching the TV show so late, like 13 years later. But still, it's an interesting thing when you are looking at how they are achieving um, killing people and then just reviving them because they can. I don't know. It's wild. It is wild. I don't know if it's planned or not planned, but anyways, just that was just a derail. My brain went there. I went to school for video games development and learned C#. Congrats. Did job. Devonton 72. I love and understood design better, so I ended up going that route that learned user research. The pay increased. I see. It's not. It's not. But same thing. I feel like if I was watching Gilmore Girls or Gossip Girls today, I would have like a similar experience just because, like, well, we know there is like 7 fucking seasons, so there's no way. Well, that'll happen. That's not a thing. But yeah, no, it's not. It's something else. It's a thriller slash police investigation thing, which is really fun for me as someone that is not from the US, looking at US based police related, FBI related content because it just portrays Americans as the least efficient and capable entities in the world every time. Like there is no TV show that I've seen that is a police-based thing where the police isn't portrayed as inefficient and and not good. Like, if you think about Sherlock, for example, the entirety of the police force is dumb and can't do things. If you think about this one specifically, the entirety of the FBI and the CIA and the other things are not efficient and they can't find the killers and whatever and thing that happens. It's also a very simple format, or at least in the beginning, it was a simple format of one bad guy, bad girl per episode to go and and catch. And now it because they probably had like a green light on, okay, we have signed for 4 more seasons because the people have appreciated that TV show season 1. So now it's like it's taking 2 episodes, 3 episodes, 4 episodes to get like to an outcome, but it's still like one bad guy per episode, which is kind of, I think it's bad. Whatever. Um, but yeah, it's really weird that you wouldn't want your military to be perceived as competent. That sounds so weird to me. Um, but then again, any any thriller things or investigation for the French police as well is the same thing. It's portrayed as the police is dumb. We need to hire a private investigator. Um, these government agencies are not good enough, so we need to hire a bad guy to do the job instead because we know that this guy has been on the run for so long and therefore he is reliable for the thing that we're trying to achieve. Like it's just, um, it's kind of weird. It is kind of weird. But yeah, it's one of these tropes of kind of like Limitless. I don't know if you've seen Limitless, the TV shows, not the movie, but the TV shows after the movie. Um, it's the same thing. Like each of the cases are just, well, we have someone to look for and find and catch, and the only person that can do it is someone that has NZT in the system, and that's it. So yeah. Anyways, back to your message. I think if you have C sharp for if you remember your learnings of C sharp for game dev and other things, you have a very good understanding in the beginning of the system, and you could 100% just use that as a foundation to create something in terms of communication styles in your designs in between like you and the devs. So you have the ability to just say, um, like the concept of a function, the concept of a method, the concept of an array, the concept of um, many things in code is shared across languages. So that C Sharp, JavaScript, CSS, HTML, even though they are not the same thing, but they kind of concept wise, the most top level thing, it's going to be the same thing. So an array of content in C Sharp, in C++, in JavaScript, it's going to be the same thing. So if you still have that mental model of how things work, it's a good start for you to get like um, a better understanding and ability to just communicate with the devs because it's the same thing. And then if you take that object oriented or object based thinking and you apply that to design, it is atomic design. So an object-based or object-oriented design is going to be a component-based design. That's about it. And each of the subcomponents are still objects, but they have like different things. And it's just your components have properties, your objects have properties. It's the same fucking shit, and it just works. So yeah, like that's the type of thing that as soon as you mental model your um your code and your design in the same way, also that realization is really good, thank you, you will have a lot of realization that technically it is the same. Like a component in React has property, a component in Figma has property. You can change the properties in your component in Figma and it will impact the component itself. You can change the property or the props in your component in React and it changes the content of your component. That makes sense, you know. Yeah. So as soon as that makes sense in your head, you have a better understanding and a better ability to just communicate with your devs because you have the same language or similar language or similar enough language. So that's a good thing. That is a good thing. um, yeah, it's it does make sense if you have like an object-oriented system and you are a system designer and not a design system designer. Um, if you think in system because you think in objects and therefore in components, it is easier for you to just say, well, this component here needs to work this way because it makes more sense. I think this one is the presentation that I give every time because it makes sense. Where's that file? Where's that file? Ah, I got the right about there. No, I know you can't see my screen. 1 second. There. Um, this was and still is, I think, the best presentation I had for how my navigation needs to work. And that's basically, anatomically speaking, when I have presented this to the team that I was working with, it just made so much more sense because we define this as the ultimate navigation for the project that we had. We use the same thing for Stony. It's the easier version of implementation. You have your header that contains your global navigation, and then you have a sidebar that can be toggled on and off that is a sub-navigation based on your global navigation. And then you have your content, your main card, which will have all of the things that are necessary for that specific subpage to exist. And so it would look something like this. You have your main navigation with your 3 main pages, and based on the page that you're on, the sidebar is going to change. And the main card is going to take one of the content that needs to be taken. And the reason why I said this is the best option we have is because once I have defined this as the structure, I will never rework the header. I will never rework the sidebar. I will always work the content. And my entire workflow is not designing the pages, it's designing the main card. And the main card can be swapped with everything that we want really quickly because it's just, well, that main card needs to be changed to something else and then we're done. So when I move to the presentation for the team of saying, that is not loading for some reason. That's my base layout, which is not cool. Of saying this is my base layout content as a component. And then we have the option to retract the sidebar. And then my content inside can be whichever of these main cards content. So you have all of your table related cards that are here, all of your navigation workflow related card that is here, all of your drive related workspace and so on that are going to be looking like this. And I never, ever touched this ever again. The only thing that I had to do always, and I did the same for Stony, is just what is the content? Like, what do I need to display? And then my main card here is I need something specific for the in dragging version, or I want to display this thing in my workspace version with the current team version. And then, like, so far, the only thing that has changed is this section. And that's about it. It's just like that easy, that simple, that fast. And I never had to work on the navigation system once because my system, setting the system, is just you care about the main card and then you're done. And same thing. Once I had explained that to the devs, they were like, well, yeah, also. Also, the prototype was just like, well, you just need to define your navigation once, and then the prototypes needs to happen in between the main card content. So if you wanted to say, well, if I'm selecting something in here, I'm going to have that navigation, for example, that hover effect is going to be this. And if I'm selecting and dragging, that's going to be the view. So I'm wanting to prototype something that looks like this. It's just a matter of changing a property to dragging, and that's it, and nothing else. Like multi-selection, all selected, and it's a lot of variation of the same thing, and we agreed with that. But it's just, it works. It's faster because I don't have to think too much, and I don't have to think about how it looks in the app, because I can just look at it and change the thing and say, well, the empty state is fine. But that's about it. It's just fine. It might need to be a bit better than this. And then we worked on this. So that system design of having the base layout explained first, and then say, based on that, once the dev have defined that this main property is coded once and never touched again, and that the sidebar is coded in relationship with the header, and then based on what is selected here, it touches the main content, and you don't need to do anything about it. It's just like the main content is impacted by this, and the only thing that you need to redo every time, because the pages that are loaded are the main content, then that's it. Like, you have your main navigation that is done, and you don't have to recreate so many things. Whereas prior to this, every dev was doing, oh, we need to reuse the same layout, and they were recreating the header, recreating the sidebar, recreating the main content over and over and over again, even though it was the exact same thing every time. So, it helps. So with your object-oriented system or way of thinking, you end up with something that is way more dev-oriented and dev-friendly. And that's a good news. Very much a good news. So for example, here, same thing. Like, my system is, I have my main card on the side that is called the foundation card or the profile card. And then I have my grid, and that's it. And the only thing that can change is the text in my foundation card and the content of the grid. But if the content of the grid doesn't change, when we are moving to mobile version, for example, it's just a matter of switching things around and making sure that the foundation card is above the grid. And for the thing that we're trying to achieve, we want to have a different grid. Right here, it's like a 4-column grid instead of an 8-column grid. But it's just, it's working. then it was faster for me to just figure that out than thinking about reorganizing the entire thing every time. It's just like, okay, I have section left and right. They will need to be on top of each other at some point. So let's figure out what is the best option to get that to work. And then once that was the case, easier. The only issue that I have right now, or I would say not really issue, but thing that I don't really like, is the fact that my header is a full width header compared to my landing page header, which is a max width header. And I can't really have a max width header here because it doesn't make sense with the alignment of my content. Even though that has a max width in a way in the contents thing. So that header could be max width at some point, but not smaller than what we currently have. So that's a bit of a thing that I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I like it. I mean, it's fine, but I don't know if I like it. Um, I'm kind of, I'm tempted to add this at the bottom of the grid section. Um, like right there. Yeah, so shiny. I mean, I'm really interested in adding like a lot of these things for rendering purposes. It's similar to what Tom is doing, which we talked about a second ago. Um, Basically, this one, um, his platform right here. This is the same. I mean, we are building the same thing. His platform has a bit more flexibility in terms of the cards themselves, so they can be different height and height that are based on the content rather than specified height, which is what I currently have, which was one of my first ideas, but then I said no. The thing is, his version is really contained to make sure that it works on desktop and mobile at the same time. Like there is no real question. Like the mobile version is going to be pretty fine, and it's going to be just a one single line thing. The tablet version is going to be like strictly side by side, but also like you can see how things are reorganizing. And the thing that I like about what he did here is that there is a use for a lot of these shaded, non-shader, like these are just PNGs that are sliding through. But the landing page looks pretty good. I'm not gonna deny that. Landing page looks pretty good. The thing that I prefer on my end is the fact that my stuff is live. Right now, you cannot access anything. Like you can only enter your email to join the waitlist, and that's it. And you can't do anything about it. And when you need to log in or sign up, because you can still reach the sign up button, you need like an invite code. And that's kind of bad. Some people right here have like said, oh, I'm building the same thing. And it's atmos.cv. And and the whole thing is broken. I reached it this morning. It was working, but it's the same concept, and you can't access anything. You can't create an account. You can't join the waitlist. You can't do shit, and that's really sad. And I'm still there. You can 100% get your account, get your stuff, and be working with it. So that's just me bragging, as one does. Nonetheless, this one has been, it's really good looking. I don't know how good technically it's going to be. I think it's going to be pretty good based on the presentation, the thing that we showcased earlier. But we'll see. We'll see how that turns out. We'll see when that comes out also, because that's something that we don't know uh, when that will happen. And yeah, I'm waiting for Bento to die to remove some of the things in this landing page. But from here, if you're just like joining the platform in your slug claiming section, you can claim the slug based on your bento box, and therefore you get the same layout fetched if you have a bento platform. So that's pretty cool. But I'm not doing that. That's just, I'm getting the links, and that's about it. That's all I'm doing. Don't sue me. I'm not scraping your website at all. At some point, I had a preview your profile, your bento profile in bang. But yeah, I had to remove that. Yeah, there is so many like Read CV that is now dead. That is interesting. I don't trust any of them that are like AI based. Like there is something about it that just doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, like why do you need AI for this? Maybe for the job finder, potentially, but yeah, I don't know. I've seen that before. One of the things that I need to do is also go into Product Hunt and release something. Yeah, the the thing was bodywork. Like Polywork was one of the lightweight LinkedIn thing, and I forgot. I forgot how. I forgot the URLs. That's the thing. Yeah, Polywork is dead now. But yeah, it was like a very simple feed activity thing that worked for a while. But eh, you know. You would have liked Polywork because this is really similar, to be honest. An interesting navigation system. I like the fact that this is at the bottom. Also, I'm clicking on about, not work, but work is highlighted. That's a wild thing to see. Yeah, right now I clicked on education and skills is like highlighted. That's bad. That is bad. But yeah, there will be so many. I'm not the only one that has the ID, and I'm not the only one that sees that Bento is dying on February 13th, and therefore it is like it needs some sort of a replacement. Um, the only thing that I haven't figured out yet is how the fuck did they do that? Like the fetching of images, I don't get it. Um, it just it just doesn't make any sense. Like I don't know. Uh, that's so sad. That is so sad. I need to implement this though. I just saw something and that's really cool. The image edition is really nice. Like right there where they come from outside and drag and drop an image and then just get into the upload and so on at the same time. That's pretty impressive. And that's confettis, as always. We'll be good. We'll be good. Um, but yeah, no, I don't understand. Like I have been trying to figure out how to get the image scraping that they have, and I don't get it. I don't know how they do it because I don't remember having to connect my Instagram account to get access to something. Um, and same thing for Spotify. I don't know. I don't know how they did it. Like these ones for Dribble and Behance, and all of these from my Instagram, like the fetching of these things. No clue. No clue how did it. No clue. Like one day maybe I'll figure it out. I don't know. Um, so far it's just it's impossible for me to get access to these things, and the only potential that I see is at the time at which they created this, the API for Instagram was less uh, walled off. That might be the only thing. Like that might be the only reason where, I make sense. But goddamn, I don't get it. Also, their fucking grid is great. So great. Good job on the counter. That's a good counter. Haven't done that in a while. But yeah, right now, the thing that I'm annoyed by is I have IDs for more cards, which I already have implemented, but just doesn't, it just doesn't work. Just doesn't work because the Cloudflare worker has a size limit, and I'm currently close to the size limit. So I can't really make more files or use more libraries to fetch and so on. So we'll see. But goddamn, that's gonna be a thing. That is gonna be a thing. Finwo, welcome on in.
Finwo underscore raided my stream with 6 viewers.
How are you? How was the stream? How was everything? Tell me about it. If you need a raid and run, as always, please feel free to do so. I hope you're good. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Aoi. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. We are currently working on design, obviously. And yeah. Yes, welcome on in. Marcy, welcome on in as well. Fino, welcome on in. Stony, welcome back. I don't know why you were there, but welcome back. Not your fault. It's not your fault. I agree. I agree. Uh, but yeah, as always, I mean, that's a pretty good placement right now. It it blends in with my background. I don't know. I don't know. Sounds like a logic thing. Sounds like a logic thing. The thing that I was about to say is on this thing, I have a bit of an issue, where I don't know if that could work. But this was like a request. Um, yes, exactly. I mean, specifically here, by far away in the darkness. Yes, my background is the same. Um, if you look at the GitHub page here, so this, right, is fetching data, and then we are getting this, and that is some of the request stuff that some of you have asked. Can we have the mattress at some point? I think yes. I think I need to have this. But right now, my personal should be here. My personal GitHub page is um, giving me more of a metric based information rather than an activity based thing, and also because my profile picture has the corner radius, it's kind of shit. That's on me. I can change that. What I'm thinking about is here we are in the metric version, and if we switched there, I want to have the ability to give you the ability to say I want to see the metrics, or I want to see the timeline. That might be something that I add somewhere in the controls to just say, well, in here specifically, we want to have the mattress and get that to display. So I think it's a good option. And the case for the silent server ready to install. Interesting. Uh, interesting. I don't know exactly what needs to be fixed in the power curve, but the BIOS update is always good. Which reminds me that mine should probably get updated by now. I got my PC in 2020 and I haven't updated the BIOS since 2020, so that's bad. Thank you for the reminder. That is bad indeed. Oh, I need to check that. I need to check for update. But yeah, like that's my idea. That's my idea. Maybe probably having something like this and saying, do you want to display um your activity, and then get the activity, and if not, then don't. Um, 'Cause that's enough of a display. But yeah. Um, ah, I see. I know that servers are loud. A bit too loud, to be honest, but yeah. Servers are loud. For many reasons. I don't know what would make more sense, to be honest. And I don't know if we could make them silent without having condensation or water leak or something else. Yeah. I mean, if you are complaining about Noctua fan being loud, I don't think you need a PC or a server in your house. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Like, I know that my PC is making sound, and it is no pure fans, and it is loud because I haven't cleaned it up. The same thing in 6 years. No, I have dusted it sometimes, but yeah. Also, didn't. I don't really care, so that's the thing. But yeah, mm. Uh, there is a lot of. I think there is a lot of people that don't deserve. Uh, uh, yeah, they don't deserve any at-home hardware. Yeah, that's a good thing. If you are the person that is taking care of the maintenance, that's good business for you. That means more call for you and more money on a yearly basis. So, like, see the benefits. Just install some sort of a maintenance contract at like $500 a year, you know, and because there will be issues, it's just like, yeah, for regular thing it's $500, but then anything that is out of scope is going to be factored a different way, and therefore you're making banks. Unless it's a friend of a friend of a friend. I mean, if it's a friend of a friend of a friend, yes, you need to um, do that. But if it's just, yeah. If it's just for family stuff, don't do that. Why? Huh, that's not what we want to see. Mm-hmm. We'll see if that happens. Uh, all right. Think, brain. Think. So, what you said was this is too tiny of a fix to fix um, on right now. The fixing question I'm talking about is right here. If you go into someone that has like a Twitch account or whatever, I mean, Stony is not loaded right now, but same thing. The uh, the follower account doesn't really work. It's not readable for some reason. I need to fix that. So that's one of the things. It's basically displayed not like this, and it should have like the icon and the number. And that's not the case, so we'll fix that. But that's like too small of a fix, so I need to figure out the bigger picture of what I want the fix to be, and then introduce that as a sub layer on that chat specifically. So, um, I feel like an open weather API call could be a good option to fetch the weather right here and add it on top if that's something that is interesting for people, even though I don't really care. It could be something. And then we need to figure out how to fetch images properly, but because of the fucking same origin whatever that Instagram is complaining about, I can't fetch Instagram stuff. I can't really fetch TikTok stuff. That is bad. And also, most of the content that I have here is old content fetched with the previous version of the worker, which has been changed since then. So yeah. And did it work? No, not that. Yay! You now have 2 lines and your follow count. And now you have these as well. Neat. I think these, if 0, I should hide. That makes sense. So GitHub, if value is 0, don't display. Makes a lot of sense. And then here, these are what do you mean? I can't change them for you. It's not a thing. I can't do that. Maybe I can. No, I don't know exactly how it works, as always, because I did, I don't know how my stuff work, but I might be able to just remove the card from your profile and then bring it back, and therefore, because I'm bringing it back, it's considered as an addition. But yeah, no, I don't. I can't really access anyone's profile. Yeah, the authentication is still broken on the flow. It's not really broken. It for some reason it's it doesn't refresh, and I don't get it. I don't get it. But you're right. That's a fix that Opus could help with potentially. Don't die today. Yeah, I don't have that. I don't want to impersonate someone. Even though, to be honest, I should, based on the thing that I'm doing, I should 100% do impersonate people, and just come here, add some content, change the content. Like that's the type of thing that I'm like in the beginning for the first 100 users probably. I would be willing to do that specifically because the first 100 users are going to be you, obviously, and therefore just creating the cards for them, that would be a very easy thing to do, because if I go to bento.me/k, for example, is probably going to be, it's not. Yeah, like I could 100% just get in and duplicate all of that, create the entirety of the layout for here, and then apply that layout directly to CK's content. What? I did it. I have not. But yeah, they have this. They have the clouds and the planes, which are pretty cool. I don't know if I want to do the same thing. I don't think I do. But it could be an option. Could be an option. Bodywork is dead. Uh, so yeah, like that's a thing that I could do for a certain amount of people. Probably will at some point. Um, just to be able to just quickly do stuff. Eh. Anyways, oh god damn. Like if I know the person and I know that they have a bento, I should run the import for them directly, just to make it better. Just to make it better. Bento is a platform that is dying as of next month. And it's a link in bio situation that has been created by designers in the first place. A way to have like a non-boring link tree thing. And then since they got created, they got acquired by Linktree. And now, Linktree, after 2 years of acquisition, they said, you know what? Fuck you. Let's shut you down. So now this is going away. And if you want to like transfer everything, you get 50% off on your Linktree Pro account, which gives you something at like $60 a year, I think, or $50 a year. I forgot, but it's expensive, and yeah, I mean, they basically are giving you 50% off for the first 6 months of your pro account. So yeah, for me, it's not. It doesn't seem like something that is worth it, anyways. But that's what it is. It's a very simple link in bio, but pretty. And right now, I'm doing the exact same thing because it's shutting down. I just created ban to do the same thing, but better because I made it. It's not true. Um, but like a bit more personalization and content is currently in the work, not necessarily working, but currently in the work. I'm still thinking about that though. I do think can is a pretty good option to have right there, like that. But that makes something more important than it is. So, interesting. My Command Z doesn't work. Um, so yeah, no. The only reason why this one is better than Bento overall is this, in my opinion. Like that's the only reason why I think it might be a better option. Simply because I don't want to make a profit out of it. I want to make sure that this thing is sustainable. So as long as I'm getting paid users in the beginning and in the long term as well, it's basically the community and the people that are using it that are paying for the infrastructure, and that's it. And the more users are paying, the less cost there is per user. So instead of making the entire thing more expensive for everyone, I'm just making it less expensive for everyone. So first user is basically costing me $1,000. The second user is splitting that cost, and so on until we reach a very specific amount of people, which should be a maximal floor situation. I don't know exactly when that will happen, but yeah. There hasn't been yet. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Nope. We have 14 users. One is me. But yeah, no paying users yet. But welcome on in. I don't know. I don't know. Someone maybe will be the first. For now, it doesn't really matter. I don't care. To be honest, I don't need paid users until the first 1,000 active users. Um, if we reach 1,000 active users that are all free, it's going to start to cost me more. Um, it's not. It's not. That's the thing. It has costed me some money, but it's like fixed cost, as in domain name for the year. So that's pay once and that's it. Database is free until I reach a certain amount of queries per day. So that's, or per month, I forgot. So that's kind of free for now. And user base is also free for a certain amount of users until I reach that specific like limit of user-based values. So for now, it's kind of free. Um, so yeah, um, that's good. So far, good. Um, so that's why I don't care. The transparency section makes sense until we reach like 1,000 active users. I'm good. It's not the hosting that is costing, it's the auth that is costing. So self-hosting authentication would work, but also, eh. Someone said once, I have been fooled by the marketing of the big brands like Clerk and Cloudflare and others for creating like a platform using them and expecting them to be good, and then I'm using them as just like as shitty as self-hosting. I think Jan said that. And that's kind of true. I decided to use Clerk because it's easier to implement, but then technically it's not. It's the same shit. And if I reached 10,000 users in Clerk, or 10,000 monthly active users, which is like not today, it's going to cost a lot more than I can afford. But for now, we have 14 users, so I'm good. I am good, but I appreciate you proposing help on hosting. Thank you so much. That is welcome. That is welcome. I think what I would need is a server that can run browserless somewhere, self-hosted, so that I can fetch and scrape social media platforms. That's that is the need. That's the only need. But yeah, no, the current cost has been this so far in terms of how much time I spend and how much money I spend on domain names, which it was the most expensive thing, and other stuff. That's about it. So yeah, I need um, roughly 50 paying users in a yearly based system to get back my initial investment, and that's good, or 10 um year like lifetime things. Exactly. A bit more than that, but yeah. I think I knew the entire lyrics of this song, to be honest. It's been a while though since I've said that. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. I think from a starting point of view, letting my users get like a dark mode is such a nice non-flashbang thing, because bento is just light mode all the way, all the time. So just giving you a bit of a theming option for a paid amount is good. And then as a monthly thing, like right now, also I love, obviously that's my only marketing right now, as the highest price this platform will ever see, it's um, $3 a month. That's the highest price that anyone will ever see, unless something happened and I need to make the price higher. But like for at least the first million users, for sure, that's the prices it's going to be. But if you take a look at our friends, not friends, at Linktrees, and we look at the pricing, their starter plan is $4.50 a month in the yearly version, and it's $6 a month in monthly payment, which means that I'm half the price already, and I'm basically providing all of that, all of that top tier things already. Like the only thing that I can't do is the social media scheduling, which makes sense. Like I don't have all of that, but yeah. Anyways, you want more pink? You want something like this? You want something like this in light mode? That's what you want? I mean, technically, you can even go further and just, you know, have your own color. Like that's my color. Of course I am. Of course I am. Look how cute. That neat mint emerald green. Such a nice addition. Nothing. I think you get a badge. I think I put that in place. I think you're getting that founder badge next to your name or on top of your profile picture. I forgot if I did it. But you know, that's about it. And I understand like the logic that a lot of people have been saying is just like, why am I paying more today when I can wait for the price to go down? Well, the thing is, if you pay today and then the price goes down, like let's say you go in monthly, which is the best option. It's more expensive, but it's the best option because you might see the drops faster. You pay monthly. It's currently at like $3 a month. And then let's say you bring some people in that are paying as well. As soon as we reach 100 paying users, the price is going down to $260. So technically, if you are fast enough and you bring enough people in, which is basically a pyramid scheme, everyone gets a price cut. Everyone is paying $3. And then the next month, your next billing cycle, you're going to go down in pricing to $260. And then if you reach the next step in the amount of people paying users that we need, it's going to go down again and again and again and again until we reach the floor at 50 cents per month. I mean, technically the monthly payment is 70 cents per month, but if you pay in yearly at that point, like reaching the floor, yearly is better. It's just it's $6. Yeah, it's really cheap. That's what I'm saying. The goal is to reach Linktree monthly pricing on a yearly basis. Yes, this is normal. This is shitty ass clerk for the authentication thing. If you refresh the page, you're logged in. And it's not like a Safari or Helium thing. It's whatever platform. It's just like as soon as you enter the verification code, you're good, but it doesn't redirect you properly, and I don't know why. Uh, and logs don't help. So yeah, once logged in, you just need to refresh the page. And it's the same thing for people that already are in there. So like here, if I were to log in and log in with Google, it would be pretty okay. If I use email and password, it would just break and loop as if it was trying to fetch something. But if I refresh the page, I would be logged in. I don't get it. I don't get it. That's the truth. That is the truth. Yeah, you get this as well. You get some analytics for paid users, as far as I remember. And you get a badge, and you basically lock the price. The thing that I have in mind is, and it's kind of sad, but it's the case, is if let's say we reach 100 paying users 1 month, and that trigger the decline decremental pricing, and then 3 people sign up and 4 people unsubscribes. That means that we are now at 99 paying users, and so the price goes back up. But anyone that has paid the 260 remain at 260 for the rest of their lives. It's just like new users will have to go back up. That's it. So yeah, it could be like it could be gamed, and I know that, and I don't care. We could reach 10,000 paying users, which would make the price like extremely cheap compared to everything. And then all of the people that have bought the yearly plan, which is the cheapest option, at 10,000 paying users, would be stuck at that lowest price. And if they just all unsubscribe, then the price for everyone would just go back up, but they would keep the lowest price, which is kind of shitty, but I don't care. If I have 10,000 paying users, I think I'm good. I think, I think financially speaking, the platform would be sustainable for a while. So that's the plan. That is the plan. But if you are the first to pay and become a subscriber, that would be highly appreciated, because that way would make sure that the Stripe thing work. Right now, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe that's why we don't have paying users. It's just because people have tried and it doesn't go through. I don't know. I have no clue. I have no way to test in production other than pay for myself, which is really bad. Because that triggers, this is something that the banks really don't like. Of you use your own card to buy something and then you refund yourself. Stripes just hates this, so try to not do that. But yeah, this is where we are. Yeah, I mean, when the game is basically going from $30 a year to $6 a year, I think. Yes, to $6 a year. That's a massive drop. Going back to the Linktree prices, Linktree is proposing the starter plan at $6 a month, and I'm like, yeah, that's my plan for the yearly payments. The reason for this is based on everything that I would need to pay at a very specific amount of paying users and active users. One person cost roughly no, what come on in? Cost roughly 0.0025 cents. So yeah, so less than a cent per user in terms of cost based on amount of users in total. So if you pay $6 for your full year, that means that you are costing me roughly 5 cents on that full year. I'm subsidizing your cost for the free users because they are still there. And I still have to pay my taxes, which would be at roughly 45% of the income. So on the 6, I'm making 3, and basically $1 is for you specifically, and the um, the other 2 are for the free users. So overall, that's the thing. Yeah, it's including most things. I probably forgot some of the tech that I don't have in mind when I made that calculation. But yeah, I don't think there is a lot of bandwidth, to be honest, other than Cloudflare pages being displayed, because that's basically what it is. But yeah, like that's a thing. I would at some point, probably at a very specific amount of active users, not paying users, active users, I would need to upgrade Cloudflare Worker. I would need to upgrade Convex plan and Clerk plan. And all of these are going to cost somewhere along the line of $500-ish a month, which is a lot. But at that level of users, I should be enough to convert that if I have 4% of paying users overall. And I'm planning on getting more than 4%, but 4% is the most conservative, not working thing. So we should be good. The goal, as always, the goal is not to make money. The goal is to just the thing sustainable. That's it. I don't care. I just want to avoid this. That's it. I want to avoid this. That word right there. And that thing as well. That is the only reason why I'm doing this. I don't want to. I don't want something that sunsets, and I don't want it to be acquired. I want the thing to be sustainable by the user for the users. Nothing else. And if I make money on the side, that's cool, but I don't give a shit. I just want the platform to sustain itself. That's all I need. So yeah. The thing that we saw as well last time was Techie telling us that he was making a lot of money on a monthly basis, because on week 1 of his new product being launched, he got 100,000 users migrating from a dying platform to his platform. So that's impressive already. But his infrastructure cost is like something like 30K a month with that amount of users and so on. And he's making enough to like offset all of that. But goddamn, like the entire thing with the image hosting, user base, live stuff, all the things, it's just like 35K a month of infrastructure cost, which is crazy. That's crazy. But then again, I get it. So the goal is to reach infra cost plus my taxes, because I still need that, and then be done, be sustainable. Yeah. I think, yeah. I think you should. Uh, I mean, if for you, these things are only costing um, the electric bills, right? If that's the thing, if you are hosting where you live and you have like an option to get like a server based somewhere and people can access it and use that, then your cost is technically the electric bill and the hardware. So you price it fairly. And then if you are someone that is installing servers and stuff, hosting in clients' houses, then it's hardware cost plus your um, labor, and that's it. And I think that's a good, I think that's a good deal. It's a good business plan as well. Like it's something that you can really specifically now um, businessize properly, and with like platform like Stony's platform with No Mercy, for example, people would be more likely to require a home lab that is more like server oriented than a laptop that you don't touch, because that's the usual Plex server. So a combination of people like you and Stony, and I mean me not really, but like kinda, um, that just want the thing to run and to be fair priced and not dying. You can have like partnership with things where basically if uh, someone is paying Stony for something and then they go to you to get a server, they get a discount or some shit. Like that type of business models, things could work. Could work. Could be great. Could be great. The only reason why I don't have a server at home, to be honest, is because my plan is to move out of this flat soon, which has not been successful yet, but my plan is to move out. So I don't see the point of installing a full server, creating a thing that is like a server room where I have like a, a dresser that can be like basically changed into a server room. Um, and so it would be great if I had a server on my own to self-host the whole content, but um, yeah, right now I just have my home lab, which is one of the mini PC, um, like one of these bitch that is just running in my attic, and that's it. So it's like a 5 gigs of RAM thing, shittiest of the shittiest. I think it's this one specifically, um, and it just runs. That's fine. That's fine for my stuff. It's not. It doesn't have the capabilities of hosting other people's stuff, but just for myself, it's good enough. And that's also because it's smaller than this one. I can put it in my luggage and move somewhere and just plug it back in, and it will work as well. So that's a thing. That's gonna be fine for now. Yeah, that's the plan. Um, yeah, that's one of the reasons why self-hosted as a non-self-hosted but self-hosted thing, as in Hetzner or Cloudflare or AWS or whatever, directly, and like like self-hosting on these platforms would make more sense or would work overall, potentially, but also it costs money. So, eh, eh. Um, yeah, I think right now even though kind of, and I know it's gonna sound wild, but at this instant, my best guess for a personal at-home server that is reliable enough and performant enough, um, it's going to be here. It's going to be one of these, like a spec'd out Mac Mini that just runs somewhere with a version of Linux on top. Um, or if I'm just I need something like more powerful, I can take one of these. A lot more expensive, but I can take one of these spec'd out ish and be good with it. Um, because that's going to be reliable for the longest time, or for longer overall. So for me, like something like this, yeah, they don't have the M5 yet. I think the launch is next month, not next month, in 2 months. Announcement and shit is gonna be pretty good. But yeah, having something like adding the most expensive RAM and probably like a terabyte of data just for the sake of having that. Uh, Potentially, now that I know that you don't need to upgrade based on the Mac Mini upgrade kits, the new SSD thing that you can just buy, um, like it's a good thing. Um, Maybe that, maybe that, just to be safe. The thing that I have right now is basically one of these that is plugged inside of my router, so that's fine. But yeah, you just get that fake screen and you're good. You saying the micro kit, micro tick, micro. My dyslexia didn't couldn't. Yeah, exactly, same thing. Um, if I knew and if I had like more understanding about servers, I would be able to read this and understand what it is. But yeah, the thing is, for me, on that specific thing, that that doesn't fit in my luggage. That cannot, in any way, shape, or form, um, fit in my luggage because I have one of these. I have the small one, the one that goes into the cabin. So I basically need the thing to be transportable enough, and that is the reason why the Mac Mini makes so much more sense, including the Mac Studio, because it's just like that is taking this amount of space right here, and I have my whole server, the whole thing with me. So if I move country or if I move house or flat or whatever, I just have the ability to take that, plug it somewhere else, and be done with it. Um, so that is the reason why the mini PC is the current situation, but it's like so bad. It's pretty good for me and myself and have like Tailscale somewhere to get access to the data and do some stuff in there. Anything that is related to like my own Superbase container and my own NA10 automation system, that makes sense, but that's not. Also, you didn't see shit because it was behind my camera. But yeah, that's the thing. So I need tiny. I need tiny. Look at how cute that used to be. They changed the colors so many times. I'm sad about it. I am sad about it. So yeah, the Mac Mini is the best option right this instant. But as you can see, when it's spec'd out with the amount of RAM you need, it's the same price as a Mac Studio, which is not that much more big. That much bigger. That's what I wanted to say. Like it's the same size. It's not. It is not the same size. God damn. Also, the reason for the Mac Studio is just if I wanted to build something that has AI capability that I can run my own models on my own, the Mac Studio is kind of the best option for the RAM amount. But 128 gigs of RAM is the same price as the computer all over again. So yeah. Yeah. That's also a thing that I don't care about, personally speaking. Going back to what Jerome said earlier, the taking care of the maintenance, taking care of the hardware, the attacks, the safety, and so on of your own servers, that is something that I don't mind because the services that I'm providing do not need 24/7 availability. Like it's just so far from what I have, it's ping here and there. Like it's a ping once a day, and if it doesn't return like download something, nothing happens. And therefore that means that I can travel for a day or two and people are not like losing access to their data. The only thing that they would lose access is if I had this on the server that is mine, then yes. As soon as I'm starting traveling, this whole thing is dead. So that's not an option. Really sad. That's really sad. I really need a pee so much today. I've been drinking so much. That happens. 1 second. That's pretty cool. I don't know how that works, but that's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. This is a really cool thing. I wish I understood. I wish I understood how things work, like how all the server stuff work, because it is still one of the area of hardware that I don't have uh, proper understanding. Like building a PC, building a Mac, I'm fine with that. Building a phone, I'm kind of fine with that. It's a bit more trickier, but I do understand how that works. And then servers, building them, I get it. But then use cases and necessities, it's really not what I understand. um, like it sounds like a very cool thing. I would love to have a rack that is like safe and working and will work and would be good and so on. But it just doesn't. Yeah, I would nice would love a nice rack for sure. Uh, but yeah, it's just like I don't know. Yeah. I think that the truest thing that I've said. I don't know. Uh, Let me see. Uh, we do. We do. Everyone does. Am I gonna die? Probably. Interesting. That was a good timing. Well, that looks like I'm gonna fail, but god damn. That was slow. Slow, so slow. Um, yeah, so here, for example, going back to what we were doing before I derail myself with the server talk, which is fine. I appreciate it. It was a nice server talk. Um, the login doesn't work, and I don't know why. Nothing makes sense. I think I have an idea of the reason why it's not working. I feel like it's related to clerk redirect system, where basically the authentication goes through. It's receiving the proper thing, but it cannot pull the refresh flow and go into the right page in the routing system. And the reason for that has been seen as the fact that we are using the model here instead of the page means that the URL that we currently have isn't the initial URL of what Clerk is expecting to see as the source, like not the redirect, but uh, the starting point. So it should be something like /signups or /login or /whatever /clerk. Um, and that /clerk should be the sign up / sign in page. And then from there, we could be able to move to the dashboard if the person is like connected and has a profile. If it's not the case, just send them to the dashboard to select their brain. To select the brain? No, to select the slug. But I don't know. I don't know. Also, going back to the pricing thing, because now my brain is there. One of the reason and one of the thing that is fucking annoying with the pricing is the fact that at 50 cent per user per month, because this 50 cent is one transaction. Stripe, which is my current payment processing system, is going to take 30 cent per transaction plus 7%. So 7% of 50 cent is 3.5 cents. That's fine. But it's going to take 33.5 cents out of the fucking 50. So I'm not getting much out of it. Like, there is a lot of cost in Stripe for the monthly thing. So that's why we are providing the yearly. That makes things so much cheaper. But yeah, so that's a thing that is taken into consideration, where basically I'm getting somehow the 15 cent out of it, and out of each transaction. And as I said earlier, 15 cents is still enough to pay my 45% of 15 cents for my taxes per transaction. And then from these left 7 cent, that's enough to pay for the user for the month, and for at least 2 or 3 free users with that cost. So technically speaking, it should be good. But goddamn. That's it was a fun calculation day when I did all that. Goddamn. And also, which is something that I took into consideration, but without really thinking about it when I did the calculation, that is based on the prices that we have today. And we all know that these platforms are going to up the price at some point, for sure. Like, there is no question. So, oh, yes. What are they pricing? Yeah. Yeah, get the fuck out. So they have volume pricing at a certain time, and I think Stripe is doing something similar. But yeah, it's similar, to be honest. The everything is 25 cent plus the percentage, and this one is 3.6. So that's roughly the same. 3.6% plus the two thing. They sometimes they have the fixed cost, sometimes they don't. Like for these ones, for example, I like that frog. They have my 120 yen things, which is also one of the things that I have. Sorry, because my entire system is in Japan. Things cost a bit less. Just a smidge. That's not true. But yeah, no, overall, that's the thing. It's roughly the same thing. Like, that 8 yen is such a nothing situation for Euro and US based platform that it's kind of fine. But still, like 3.6 is higher than the amount that we have here, but overall, I think it comes up to be similar. And then it's just a matter of volume payments, like or volume pricing. If I make more than 100K a month, I think if at some point in Ban's career I make more than 100K a month, I think the cost of servers and infrastructure is going to be fine. And I don't expect it to happen ever. But I mean, I'm not against it. I'm not against it. But yeah, there is so many payment processing system, which I understand. It's really simple and really easy to get something that is just going to be 1 second. Sorry, that's not what we want. That is broken. Yeah, it's not a voicemail. It's the fake stuff. Which now, obviously, because this bitch is bitching. Yeah, it is. It's a system where they basically have a robot voice say the exact same sentences, um, and it sounds convincing. Like it is so much um, on beat, properly placed, and so on. But I heard it like 16 times in the past 2 months, so that makes sense. It's a robot, so it doesn't really matter, and I don't like hang up because that costs them some money. So I like to let it run. The thing that is really fun is that whatever you reply, it continues in the right direction. So if you say or yes or no or I don't have time, it's just say, oh, thank you for taking the time. I'm like, fuck, that's the opposite that I said. So it happens. It's fun. It is a fun stuff. It's their new thing, which is kind of impressive, to be honest. There is a new, what's the word? Nope, that's not the thing. Um, it's the, nope, not that. Something where the government is giving you back some money. Subvention, yes. Um, so it's like the government is giving you a subvention for using solar panels in your house to offset your electric bills. Like that's basically their thing. They want it to be more green energy, and so if you are using an energy provider that is mostly green, you are going to get like a subvention, and you're getting a cut on your bills at the end of the month, which is pretty cool. Not gonna lie, but what they are saying is that they are looking for and looking at people that are potentially good to benefit from this thing. And what happens is I can't do that for one simple reason. My building is an historical monument building. So placing solar panels on the roof is not an option. Will never be an option, even though I would love to. I can't. And I don't understand why we can't, but we can't. No one sees the fucking roof except planes. Makes no sense. Anyways. uh, and so these robots are trying to make me sign things and pay for things, even though they know for sure that I can not do that. And yeah, like usually they ask if I am like the landlord of the place, and I say yes. Um, and then sometimes I just fuck with them with the when it's like a real person. I just speak English, and they're like, "Well, I don't know how to speak English. I'm French." I sometimes I just tell them that I'm not the one that takes care of everything. Like I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's my agency that take care of that. My numbers, they take care of that. My bills, they take care of that. I don't know. Like I'm too above everything for your peasant stuff of having a cut on my bills. I don't pay them. I don't care. So yeah, that's kind of fun. They don't understand that. It happens. It's fine. Anyways. Anyways. I don't know how to fix this fucking login situation. Other than routing system. And I don't think I can have the routing system on the stream based on API keys. I don't think that's an option. I don't think that's an option. Yeah, that's going to be on the configure section. And I think this is going to be my routing in the path. And oh yeah, that's not where I'm supposed to be. It's React, I think, but then again, I don't know. I really don't know. I have no fucking clue what is written in the code. Like, it's just cursor made the thing. I don't know. Sorry. I think I tried to do a force refresh, but we don't receive the issue. I mean, from what I understood, and I didn't understand everything, but from what I understood, the system is receiving the two-factor authentication code thing from your emails when you're typing it, and it is receiving it, but then it's not receiving the response from Clerk saying we are all good, you can proceed, and therefore it's just yeah, it's just not doing anything. But it has, like, Clerk has been saying we are all good, so when you refresh it's fine, but I can't trigger a refresh automatically. Like, I can't say enter the second code, press enter, refresh the page, you're good. Because if I do that, you end up with potentially someone that hasn't been approved by Clerk being refreshed for no fucking reason. Because they probably entered like the wrong password or something, and it's like, well, you just lost your flow of creation and now you can't really get access to the thing. So yeah. That's the thing, it doesn't trigger anything. There is no trigger that I can fetch on my own, I think, which is wild. But as always, I've been on that for like 2.5 weeks. I think that's the issue. It's the base system of the configuration for the path, and I need that to go through, but it's not necessarily going through properly because the component path isn't. I think that's my main problem right here. Like, the band.me/sign-in and the band.me/sign-ups don't really exist. They only have band.me as the home URL, and that's it. And these two could be the system, but yeah. Like, that doesn't exist. These routings are probably the system, and if I was using the account portal, which I should have been, and I'm not, and it's fine, Um, eh. Though the sign up with Google is okay, it's kind of working. My only potential thing, is that it could be as simple as saying, like, um, removing the sign in and sign up at the end of the slash and just say, well, since it's taking the user from the home to the home because it's the modal section, then that could work. But I don't know. Also, that makes no sense. That, which you can't read right now, but that makes no sense. Setting component path via the dashboard will be deprecated in a future version of Clerk. Please consult the documentation on how to configure these URL code sides. Where's the link to the documentation? There's no link. None of that is a link. I offered everything. None of that is a link that I can just go check. Even the teeny tiny eye doesn't send you everywhere. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. But yeah, like, that's the routing system for the authentication that I don't understand in the slightest. Haven't understood in the slightest, and will probably not understand in the slightest either. One day, maybe. One day, maybe. Apparently, we had 19 signups in total, and only 7 are active users, which is one of the good things from Clerk, by the way. That is something that I like. Good. That is great news. That is something that I like about Clerk, of active user only count towards the 10,000 users before it becomes pricey. So using this as 7 active users since the beginning, 4 new users on this week, and 3 retained on this week. So one of them didn't count. So in this total thing, in these 19 that have signed up, only 7 are counting, but these signups are accounts. So I can, like, they would be reactivated at some point if they come back. But that's a good thing. At least from my point of view, that's a good thing. Anyways, researching open free database within phones, see what we can do with it by linking it to time, when to seed, what, and when to harvest. Yep. That's a good thing. I would say there might be something that already exists in terms of API and GitHub project that already have a significant amount of data about what you're trying to achieve. So that's good news. And the other thing is a bit unrelated but related. Maybe you need to get something related to your locations, as in the system of, like, when to harvest and when to do stuff is not necessarily going to be the same in Australia than it's going to be in the UK. And yeah, why do we have Australia as an example? Probably because of the seasons that are inverted. But yeah, like, location base is going to be really, really important, and that is something that you need to take into consideration when you're building the thing. But overall, it's not that complex. I mean, not that complex. It is complex, but it's not that complex to get as long as you have the right data and soul types, weather things. Um, that could be that could be good. And then lastly, the not content type, but kind of content type. The things where there are some things that you plant in the UK that don't exist somewhere else. So that's cool. That is a cool news, not gonna lie. Um, but yeah, like that's another thing that needs to happen as well. You need to make sure that like the the range of products that you have in your database is as broad as possible, while understanding that this type of turnip doesn't exist in that part of the world. And so if someone from that part of the world has imported this type of turnip, it needs to be uh, like transposed into something that exists in that part of the world. So maybe it's like, oh, it's a turnip that is from here, and that is the turnip from somewhere else. So maybe that's the same thing. Anyways, Fimo, thanks a lot for the raid again. Thanks a lot for being here and the chats. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon. Enjoy the rest of your day, if there is a day. If it's night, enjoy the rest of your night. um, but yeah, I would say that's the most important thing for accuracy. Um, but as a proof of concept from your initial thing and what you said, uh, limited amount. Well, have a good night. It's nighttime now. Um, yes, something very, very simple, as in one root, one fruit, one flower, one herbs, and context based on types for things. Um, like that's the easiest. Some tomatoes, some potatoes, some carrots, basil, mint. Be careful. Uh, be extremely careful with mint. Don't plant mint. Not a. I mean, it's a good idea, but don't. Yeah, you have mint, but like have mint in a pot somewhere far away from the rest, because god damn, it's invasive. I remember that we we planted some mint next to the pound, the small pound that we created at my childhood home brain, and the next year it was just mint. We had one thing of mint placed, and the next year it's just the entire around the pond mint. Be careful with mint. Depending on the mint, there are some very different types, I know, but still, god dang, mint is invasive. Um, yeah, that's a good thing. So yeah, that's a good start. At least having it for your garden as a base, and then sending that to a bit more, like adding stuff, could be neat. I would say, and some that brain just went somewhere. Don't worry about it. You may have some things that are not available to people. And what my brain had was rice. Like the probability of someone planting rice in their own garden, pretty low. pretty low. Really cool, but goddamn, you got rice. Okay. So with that in mind, we would say there are some plants and some fruits and veggies and roots and so on that you may be able to just skip entirely, just because it's not feasible. Like there is uh, the likelihood of someone having tea, like tea tree in the garden is kind of low probability. So yeah, that's what I would say, maybe. But yeah, get that as a proof of concept, a very simple proof of concept that contains what you have in your garden, what you can provide, what needs to work. Also, I just opened Twitch, and what I see is titties. That's crazy. That's crazy. Look at that. Look at it. Some people playing games. Some people on a green screen. Some titties for what reason? Ah. Anyways. What I find annoying about it is that it's just the amount of people that are watching. Like that's the only thing. Um, but yeah, switching to a TD PNG tuber like this one, for example, right about here. Yeah, why not? Why not? I get it. I get it. I understand. I understand. Huh. Like that. Just like that. Huh. This one makes sense. Shibuya makes sense. She's known for them. I understand. She's hiding them most of the time, and it is on brand, so I don't complain about it. But yeah, I mean the amount of new platforms that I'm seeing, or platform users that I'm seeing on TikTok lately that are basically AI generated avatars that are really realistic that just don't exist, will never exist, but for some reason, thousands of views because titties and people like it. So, you know, uh, here is where we are. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, it happens. Um, I I bet, I bet, um, Finite is live, and I'm gonna send you to Finite because that makes sense to me right now. And it just started, so that's good. We all need to show some skin. I know, I know. The thing is, the skin that I'm showing is my forehead because, receding hairline, but that's not the skin that people want to see. So that happens. That happens. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciated. We are rating finite and join the raids, gain some points, and so on. If you have questions and I'm not live, join the Discord for that specific reason. If you want to stalk me online, use that. Or just use that and so on. And if you want to smell good, that's the good option. If you want to learn Japanese, as always, Can is here for vocabulary based stuff. And as always, I shall be back on Friday, if all goes well, at 1:30 in the afternoon. So yeah, as always, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. Congrats on winning. 2 message away. Goddamn. Um, You can D me later. That's an option as well. That is an option as well. No, not gonna complain about it. Um, yeah, as always, take care of yourself. I'll see you soon. Bye.